grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Amen. Item 2 on the other paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. I have been reading reports, Honorable colleagues, that we do have a shortage of blood in this country. Unfortunately, we cannot manufacture blood, and any one of us can need the blood at any time. Most of you have excess blood. Some of you even come boiling towards me because of the excess blood. Okay. So I want to request you, honorable colleagues, and implore you that let's donate blood. You never know whom you will save, but you also never know who will save you in the future, or who will save your relative or one of your loved ones. So blood bank team has been out in the media calling upon people to donate blood. We are having a huge shortage in the country. So I want to request the clerk to organize for a blood donation week here in Parliament, so that we members of Parliament can donate, can be able to donate, and we save lives. Among the most excited is Honorable Martin Muzari, and I'm sure he has excess blood, and Rastaman will be there to donate. Okay? So, honorable colleagues, I'll be really, really grateful if we can join. I will join myself. I think I've taken around 6 months without donating. The last time I donated was from here. So now I'm able to donate. Honorable colleagues, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we are blessed to have His Excellency Fukuzawa Hidemoto, the Ambassador of Japan to Uganda, and he's accompanied by his deputy, His Excellency Tomotaka Yashimura. They are here to observe proceedings of this house, but also on a painful note for me personally, Ambassador Hidemoto will be leaving Uganda after completing his tour of duty, and he has been a friend to many. During his time, he has been able to lobby for the people of Uganda and the government of Uganda, increased funding from sectors ranging from basic education to university research, infrastructure, energy sector. They have touched each and every sector. Also, we do health, ambulances, health centers. Also, now we have experts from Japan, experts on highway and flyover design based here, who have been studying our country and helping us coming up with the most complete designs for roads in the country. And you know, Japan is associated with quality. We, now on another personal note, on Sunday, we played a game of golf, me and him, on Sunday morning at Serena Kigo, and he gave me a gift which no one had ever given me. For those who know golf, there's what we call a hole-in-one, where you hit a ball and it goes straight in a hole. I have played with pros, I have played everywhere. On top of not doing it personally, it was my first time to witness it. So the whole country of golfers, you know, that always happens on a par 3. Yeah. So for us golfers, the country, we've been celebrating him all over this weekend. And luckily enough, he met all our bills, because that's the rule in golf. If you do a hole-in-one, you have to look after all these people. We punish you for doing well. Yeah, but he's a personal friend, and he told me this is the second hole-in-one he has done in 42 years of playing golf. He did one in Kenya. He has done another one in Uganda, and he said that's the greatest farewell this country has given him. Okay? So today he paid me a courtesy visit to say bye, and I had some honorable friends whom we shared a lot. He has advised us on a few things here and there, which we will be using in our legislative duties. With that, Government Chief Whip, you want to say something? Reaction to my communication? Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, in reacting to your communication, I want to pay special tribute to the outgoing Japanese ambassador, Ambassador Fukuzawa Idemoto. I am saying this because before I was appointed Government Chief Whip, I worked closely with the ambassador when I was Minister of State for Education and Sport, in charge of sport. And I want to state that the ambassador, honorable colleagues we see up here, is part of the reason why Uganda participated in the 2022 Olympics in Tokyo, Japan, and ended up putting the most viable competition in our post-independence history. I want to thank him because he coordinated our team very, very well. Remember, the 2022 Olympics was held during COVID-19. He connected Team Uganda to the pre-trial camp in 2 cities in Japan. Your Excellency, the outgoing ambassador of Japan, I want to pay special tribute to you on behalf of government under the leadership in the House here of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. I want to say thank you. Your tour of duty has come to an end. Wherever you are going, please go with the blessings of the people of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Honorable Isaac, Honorable I'll pick Achan, Honorable Achan. I'll pick Honorable Opio. I'll pick Dr. Nduwarana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May I also begin by thanking our outgoing Japanese ambassador for the great work he has done to our country. Rightly noted, he has actually done a lot to our country in terms of lobbying for so many things that come right from infrastructure to health. I particularly wanted to thank the Japanese government through our ambassador on the efforts they have played in the health industry. Recently, the ministry launched about 116 ambulances to go to our respective districts. And out of the 116 ambulances, 25 type B ambulances was a direct donation from the Japanese government through our ambassador. So we really congratulate you for that. And it cannot go that with districts from the refugee hosting countries, we know very well that they have donated heavily, over $79 million with just this year to help the refugees hosting countries in Karamoja and other areas. We do thank you a lot for that. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted to conclude by your effort in trying to enhance members to donate blood. And that is something that we actually need to do. I sit on the Health Committee, and Right Honourable Speaker, we actually had them during the PFB. They made this cry also to the Health Committee. We are all aware of excessive bleeding. So I think this is something we should all embrace and champion, that we do donate blood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chan. Judith.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to pay my special tribute to His Excellency, the Japan Ambassador to Uganda. I am a beneficiary of his hard work during his tour in Uganda. One of our health centers in Noya district benefited from his hard work. That is Coach Goma Health Center 2, maternity ward. I have been privileged to be part of the commissioning of the maternity ward on that day. We want to say thank you so much, and I believe as you leave the country, you will continue to work with us from wherever you will be. And on the blood donation, Right Honourable Speaker, we've been struggling with the hospitals. In my district, I have a Naka hospital where most of the time we don't have where to keep to save blood. And much as we try to mobilize the community, the youth, the people who are willing to donate blood, the challenge of the fridges to keep the blood still rock our country. So I would also urge the Ministry of Health to look through this, that every hospital has a fridge to save blood. Most of the time run to blood, and we've lost blood from the hospitals. We welcome personally part of the people to donate blood and save people in this country.
Thank you.
Outgoing Japanese embassy ambassador is one of the beneficiaries. They provided solar to Aleru Secondary School, and also fully equipped the laboratory, which is functional up to today. Really want to appreciate that. To speak on the issue of blood, Uganda needs 450,000 liters units of blood annually, according to the WHO standards. However, we are only collecting 350,000 units. That means there's a gap of 100,000 units. Several times we've presented on the floor of Parliament and funded priorities for the blood bank. They need more human resource, they need more vehicles so that they can be able to bridge the gap. I would like to pray that as we move into the budget ministerial policy statement, we'll allocate more resources to the Nakasero blood bank so that they can collect more blood. But also, most importantly, and I want to thank you for your appeal for us as legislators to contribute and donate blood. A lot of the blood is collected mainly from the schools. And what Nakasero Blood Bank has indicated is that whenever they're on holidays, there are huge shortages of blood. And this is something that we are noticing. The age for giving blood is 17 years and above, so they mainly collect from the A-level students. So it's important that we now mobilize legislators and the bigger working population so that they can donate blood to fill this gap. Thank you.
Honorable Ndiwara now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I also want to add my tribute to the outgoing ambassador for Japan. We are so grateful for the work done to our country. Concerning the blood donation, I just have to give an advice to my fellow honourable members who are going to donate, that first of all, you have to look at yourself and know that you are above 45 kilograms. Secondly, you must be above 18 years, and you shouldn't be above 60 years. Make sure that your diet is okay, so that you don't collapse after putting off blood.
Thank you.
I thank you so much.
Honorable Ndiwara, and I hope you won't charge Parliament for that
And
medical advice.
and also make sure that we're not in your menstrual periods as ladies. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Linus Ngopek.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think to manage blood, government needs to improve on the administrative infrastructure and laboratory infrastructure of blood bank. For example, in Chiriandongo General Hospital, Ministry of Health provided us with refrigeration. However, when power goes, because usually we have issues of electricity for within 3 to 4 to 5 to 1 week, when we don't have power, automatically the blood goes bad. So government has to first address that issue, and then if we do that, the collection and preservation and storage of blood will be up to date.
They first do that before we donate?
We shall
We can donate,
but government has to also
Okay.
improve on the infrastructure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Bajire, followed by Honorable Viraro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to pay tribute to the outgoing ambassador of Japan to Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the outgoing ambassador has really played his part. I'll give about 2 or 3 issues that the ambassador really personally played a very big role in improving the lives and the economy of this country. The bridge of Ginger that all of us are happy about, it was his efforts, and we want to thank for that. Right now, the bridge that is being planned on Karuma, it has been his efforts. I remember we had a discussion with him when I held an office at that time. And he told me that one of the challenges that this country is facing is the death of people on the roads. And he brought in an idea of training the drivers in defensive driving. I don't know whether Your Excellency, through your the speaker, maybe you will share with the speaker whether you continued with that effort, because we had begun on it when he wanted to bring in machines in this country to train drivers as if like they train pilots, to make sure that we reduce on the road carnage in this country. He was thinking about that to save the lives of the people on the roads. So I agree with you, Right Honorable Speaker, and it's good that you have brought him, that we pay tribute to him when he's still alive. On many occasions, we pay tribute to people when they are gone. Thank you.
Honorable Viraro, then Honorable Pendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In your communication, you talked about paying tribute to His Excellency, the Ambassador of Japan. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for connecting us to that extent. The interaction you had with him was very, very enriching and putting foundation for the next incoming ambassador to take on from. We thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my Buhweju is an area that has not benefited from NGOs or foreign support. But Japan, without much soliciting and pushing and asking, went and did water tanks on about 7 primary schools. And they are the only ones so far existing there, because there is no other input but from Japan. So as Buhweju people and Ugandans, we thank such a country, we thank such an ambassador, and hope that the incoming, his successor, will even sustain what he did and even build much more than this one did as the future built for us. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for your communication, and specifically through you thank the Japanese government for all the support that has been extended to the government of Uganda. They have supported various projects in the health sector and also in the education sector, and certainly a number of schools in different districts were constructed through their support, and specifically through the JICA, the Japanese International Cooperation Agency. So thank you on behalf of my people from Tororo district, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, who is not here and is touring the country. I want to thank the people of Japan for that gesture. Right Honorable Speaker, you have talked about the issue of blood. I have a lot of blood, and that's why I'm even sweating. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to plead with the members of Parliament. Previous efforts, whenever we would bring here the team from the Uganda Blood Transfusion Service, we would speak a lot in the House, but when it comes to actual, few members would turn up. I hope this 11th Parliament will be different. And I hope members will show up when the Uganda Blood Transfusion Service team come here. But, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a challenge. We can donate blood, but for as long as we don't provide the funds for the national medical stores to procure the necessary reagents and also the test kits, but also the blood bags, then we are wasting our time. Right Honorable Speaker, I am aware that as we speak now, the Uganda Blood Transfusion Service is short by 10 billion shillings. And in November, they put in a supplementary request, which up to now has not been honored. As we speak now, the blood they have already used the Q4 funds, so they have no money left. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can the request from the Uganda Blood Transfusion Services for the 10 billion shillings be availed to the national medical stores so that the necessary reagents and the blood bags are actually procured? Short of that, you are going to donate blood and it will actually be wasted, Right Honorable Speaker. So that is my plea to the Ministry of Finance. He wants to give information. This.
Honorable colleagues, you know the practice here on matters of national importance, we don't receive information. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, please, this is matters of national importance are under my communication. So, you know, because they are not provided for here. Honorable colleagues, please, you have to bear with me. We've designed our program that Thursdays we give you more time to raise member issues spontaneously. Honorable Minister for Disaster Preparedness, as we conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join colleagues, members of Parliament and ministers who are here today to thank the ambassador. The ambassador has played a very big role under the office of the Prime Minister, most especially in the docket where I sit. He has supported on the Department of Disasters, where we have got a lot of donations, especially on food security through the embassy. Right Honorable, I want to thank him extremely because of the development projects under the refugee window. We have seen a lot of tremendous changes on all the areas where we are hosting refugees. Bridges, roads, hospitals, everything. And I wouldn't want I want to be part of the team members here paying tribute today because my docket has really, really benefited under the Office of Japan. Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to miss the ambassador. We are going to pray that the next ambassador is going to work, but he has been very exceptional. He's more of an African, and I pray you'll be able to give him a plot of land where we shall be able to come and visit him in your constituency, as well as in Karamoja. But once say thank you as the people of Uganda, and I've been to Japan with him when we went to lobby for more support for the country. I want to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, Ambassador Hidemoto came to Uganda first in 1984. It was in the midst of the war, and at that time he was a senior business executive for one of the big Japanese businesses coming to explore the market here. And he was sharing with me that he never thought this country would recover. He never thought he would come back here. When he was posted here, he says he was really, really impressed by the strides we've managed to make as a country, and he prays we continue on that path. The Japanese government has been able to build for us over 242 schools, different health centers, supporting the roads and all that. So we really want to extend our appreciation. I'm sure the one for government will formally be extended by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the President when the ambassador goes to pay his last farewell visit to them. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of sugarcane outgrowers from Mutembe constituency, Jinja district. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable John David Livingston and Honorable Kataya Loy. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Can you stand up for recognition? Thank you. And I hope some are even from Honorable Adiomu's area. So today, Honorable colleagues, we had a consultative meeting with members of Parliament from sugarcane growing areas, Minister for Trade, the Attorney General, and the representatives of farmers, the Shadow Minister for Trade, Honorable Manjeri. The Speaker is still speaking. The motion might be aimed at stopping the Speaker from speaking, so so honorable colleagues, and we really had a very extensive discussion, and in the end, government requested time to go and consult on some of the issues which the colleagues were raising, and once those consultations are finished, I'll wait for a signal from government, and then we shall consider the bill at that right time. Honorable colleagues, we also, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of representatives from Bunyoro Kitara Students Association, based in Hoima City. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Nyakato Asnas, Honorable Singoma Patrick Mweswa, and Honorable Riyonga Joseph. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them once again. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, also still on my communication, before I could forget, tomorrow we have Ash Wednesday, and the Catholic chaplaincy will have it celebrated here, and the Bishop of Nebi will be will lead us in Mass starting at 5 p.m. tomorrow. And for more information, you can link with Honorable Rusa Kero, chairperson of the Catholic Chaplaincy. Be there in big numbers to welcome the Bishop of Nebi for this Mass. Honorable Sam, you had a procedure matter?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we had an ambassador from Germany who was very good to Uganda. He was offered the citizenship. He eventually returned and settled here, and even made it to the list of presidential advisors. I wanted to move Parliament to urge government to offer and bestow citizenship of Uganda to the Japanese ambassador for everything that we have said here, the good things he has done. And then leave it to him if he chooses to come back and settle in Uganda. And once he's a citizen, the many things he has done, we can even ask him to provide leadership. Especially in areas where we are lacking, because we are thanking him for bridges, for schools, for health, for roads. In fact, if we came here, because since we have a life president, maybe we can consider him for prime minister. But the motion I wanted to move, Mr. Speaker, is to make an offer asking him to take up the Ugandan citizenship like the former German ambassador did, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable. That's vintage Semujo. That's our colleague. Please, I hope if he comes, he doesn't stand for MP Kira municipality. But I just pick the point Honourable Semujo is putting across, that such people should remain useful to our country, the connection they have. And in our interaction with the ambassador today, he said he has been the ambassador of Japan to Uganda, but now that he's gone back, he will be Uganda's ambassador globally because of the good country that we do have. You wanted to say something, right, Honourable Prime Minister?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I want to support the motion on behalf of government that it is because of the good government that we have, it has provided conducive environment that we can get such people in the country. Before, such people were not here. So I want to thank His Excellency the Ambassador for the good work that he has done to supplement on what government has been doing. And also to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for allowing in such people to be here. I thank you.
Thank you. Maybe for the record to be captured very well, I didn't accept this motion. These are motions provided for under Rule 59 of our Rules of Procedure, and motion is without notice. And specifically, this would fall under 59(1)(k) of our Rules of Procedure, where it is to the discretion of the Speaker, feeling this is very urgent. I think this is not urgent. If he's interested, if the ambassador is interested, he will apply, and he has not yet bidded farewell. He will share with the executive on this matter. So I want for the record purposes to know that there is no motion on the floor. Okay? The procedure?
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I did raise the issue of the supplementary request from the Uganda Blood Transfusion Service. This was way back in November last year. And I did notify this House that already they have used up their entire allocation, even the fourth quarter. So, since the Right Honourable Prime Minister is here, we want assurance that the blood that we are going to collect from Ugandan citizens will not be wasted due to lack of reagents. Thank you. Would it not be procedure right for the Prime Minister to assure this House that the blood collected will not be wasted?
Right Honourable Prime Minister, you know, when you look at the gap that we do have, like for the blood bank, it's not that big in terms of mobilizing resources compared to the work that they are doing. I think the 10 billion, we can look for it really. Because you never know who will be saved by this blood. You never know. You know, that's a good thing of blood. I have a friend of mine, whom I told that you go and donate blood. He said, me, I can never go to donate. I said, why? He said, look, me, I always drink a lot of alcohol. My blood is manufactured from alcohol. Now, it might be given to people who don't take alcohol, who are not allowed to take alcohol. So you can see people have excuses, play around, but when such a person needs blood, that's when you will know what it means to need blood. So we've organized a blood donation week. We've told the clerk to arrange for Parliament and staff and some of our visitors, and I'm sure you will donate blood. But above that, the blood bank has a shortage of around 10 billion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank everybody who is willing to donate blood. I have also been donating blood, and it's a good gesture to this country. I'm going to follow this up with Minister of Finance because the letter was received on the 17th of November requesting for supplementary of 10 billion. I'm going to make a follow-up on this issue to see that the Minister of Finance commits money to this urgent program. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, matters of national importance. Honorable Ngwateka Mwagafa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the matter I'm raising is very urgent and extremely important for this country. Today, if you got New Vision, front page, the headline reads, 90 factories shut down. Now, yes, out of 21. Right Honorable Speaker, it so happens that I lead people who are tea farmers. And, Right Honorable Speaker, we are in pain that my own government has been supporting strongly cattle farmers, unlike the tea farmers in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, we've been crying. Yes, we've been crying that...
Point of order.
Yes, it is a fact. It is a fact.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Is it in order, Right Honorable Speaker? We have been here with issues to do with cattle, farming, and everything. Is it in order to start discriminating? I am here, I support the tea factories. I'm here to support you, my brother, because we are all Ugandans. So let us stop discriminating and incriminating government. Is it in order?
Thank you. Hey, now you people, I'm the one who has been asked. Now you're quarreling among yourselves. I wish you who are exchanging, honorable colleagues, I wish the exchanges were through me. It would have been more. No, but honorable colleagues, I was in Kazo recently. I have been meeting farmers, cattle farmers. They are really, really crying. They've lost a lot of cattle to FMD because we had no money. And ticks have killed their cows. But above that, putting all that aside, we've had people of vanilla here, we've had people of maize, we've had coffee. So, honorable colleagues, my thinking is, honorable colleagues, honorable Mbwa, Tekamwa, my thinking is, you could deliver your point without, inflaming and, okay? Otherwise, your point might be lost in this chaos, okay? Just focus on that, because you're also representing me. My farmers sell the tea at your factory. Honorable Mwatekama is my immediate neighbor in the constituencies. and our farmers said to Chamhunga. So you're speaking also for me. Let's not mix in other issues, and our point gets lost. Yeah.
Point noted, Right Honorable Speaker, but in most cases, facts are bitter. Recently, we are looking for money for foot and mouth disease. How often have we looked for money to bail out farmers, especially tea farmers? These are facts, and we need to talk about facts. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the point I'm trying to deliver, right now, a tea farmer earns 200 shillings. Out of the 200 shillings, we only give Prakas 150, and the farmer takes 50 shillings, and out of 50, we put in agricultural inputs. So we don't make any profit there. I've uprooted my 10 acres in pain, putting even a cost. Farmers have started uprooting tea, and Right Honorable Speaker, the main reason is we also need to be bailed out. We saw some time back when government came up to bail out.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mbwatekama is NRM. He even participated here when we were passing money to teach Ugandans how to drink coffee. Is he in order not to know that the policy has changed and these factories are being allowed to close deliberately so Ugandan can drink coffee? Is he in order?
Yeah. Now, Honorable Mbwatekama, what I picked from Honorable Semuju is that because you seem all that much angry, he felt you needed a commercial break to cool the anger, okay? So, please resume, okay?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, factories are shutting down, and reason being, one, the cost of production is very high. A unit of electricity per kilowatt, it is between 3,470. Unlike those who are producing within the industrial parks, where a kilowatt, they only buy it at 1,900 and some cents. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has failed to provide market for our tea. We are having Uganda Coffee Development Authority. We don't have Tea Development Authority. We don't have any regulator, but we are the only thing government did. Not even if they were close, but they were there. What do you mean? We are orphans in our government. Right Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, Right Honorable Speaker, no, Honorable Macho, with due respect.
Honorable
Right,
colleagues,
Speaker,
you know the principle, matters of national importance, no information.
Right Honorable Speaker, one time we went to Mombasa. We found that our tea, they buy it from Uganda, go rebrand it, and they even produce what they call kericho. They mix Uganda to produce kericho, and it comes back here. I came and brought the matter here, and the Prime Minister claimed she was going to sit with the ministers. There are so many, but they failed also to perform. So, Right Honorable Speaker, these are my prayers right now. Tea farmers from Ankole and all over Uganda, we are giving an ultimatum of 10 months from now. If we cannot be listened to, we shall find any party that can even host us well, and we stay there. These are prayers, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I will subscribe to any party so long as it can solve the problems of farmers. Prayers, Right Honorable Speaker. My prayers, one, government should come and bring a subsidy to all the tea farmers, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, all the factories that have been shut down and at the verge of shutting down should be bailed out the way we bailed out Attack Sugar, which is defunct and does not function and does not bring any profit in Uganda. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that my prayers should be heard and government should act and should not only think about certain animals and leaving farmers to suffer. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Trade. You've been given a defection notice.
Thank you. You want me to sanitize? Thank you. The doctor was advising me. Thank you, Honorable Mbatekama, for raising this important point. And actually, the energy that he brings, I'm sure that he will be the first one for blood donation. Honorable Speaker, we're experiencing a problem in the tea sector. And in addition to what he has raised, we also have an issue of the quality of tea, which has got to be addressed. Because on the international market, the reasons why our tea is not going, one of the reasons is the quality of tea. Then that is brought about because of lack of fertilizers. So what government is doing, we have been discussing this issue, an interministerial committee chaired by the Prime Minister. We have written a cabinet paper which will be probably presented on Monday, and some of the prayers that Honorable Mbatekama has raised, including an immediate subsidy to have a relief for the tea factories and farmers, has been put in that. And we hope that once that is done, we'll come back and address the nation. Just a second. On how
Honorable colleague, you can't walk towards the member when he's on the floor. No, that's unparliamentary.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
You stand up and you request. Once you're not given, you remain in your position. Okay?
Yes. Yeah. So we are going to conclude this matter on Monday, and we'll come back and inform the House, but also to collect Honorable Mbatekama that there are actually 41 factories, not 21. Yeah, and the issue of us taking tea to Kenya and Kenya mixing it with their own tea to expand back.
Honorable Minister, gone.
Yes. It's really a matter of international trade. I think we should focus on making sure that we have the right tea to sell on the international market. And once you sell this tea, what the trader on the other side does with our tea should not be your concern. Thank you, sir.
So, Honorable Kaberuka, Honorable Kateshumba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving way. And I want to thank you for the passionate...
I have not given way. I'm still here.
Thank you. For giving me way.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to thank you for your passionate consideration for the people of Uganda, and especially to bring out facts on this people's platform. Honorable Speaker, the Minister is saying on Monday they are going to present a cabinet paper. But if you recall, Mr. Speaker, in the previous sitting, when they were about to bring the supplementary, they told us they were going to prepare a cabinet paper and they are going to have a supplementary on this floor. I don't know whether you can clarify that, what happened, and whether it is now factual that tomorrow, on Monday, is going to bring it. And Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that the Minister of Trade knows that tea industry is bringing a lot of money in this economy, and it is dying in his hands. And it is not only for Bushenyi or Ankole, it is Chigezi, Ankole, it is Central, it is wherever, and Tolo, and now Zombo. Mr. Speaker, I want to seek your guidance, your indulgence, that we allow us to bring a comprehensive motion on this matter. We discuss it comprehensively, such that it incorporates much more that we can bring through matters of public importance, such that the ministers and the front bench can actually appreciate what is underlying and what they are negating here on the floor. I salute you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleague, instead we can do it the other way around. Since the minister has said they prepared a cabinet paper, once it is presented to cabinet and adopted, then they extract an information paper for parliament, and then once that information paper is brought here, we give it enough time and extensive discussion. Okay? Thank you. Honorable Kateshumba.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. First of all, I want to say that government is failing to manage its own successes. Years back, government through NADS, through OWC, distributed seedlings to farmers. As a result of that, there has been increased production of tea in the country. Unfortunately, from planting to processing, that is where we have a problem. Most of the factories you have talked about, Right Honorable Speaker, are operating below capacity. And we all know the tea farmers, those who are familiar with tea, the process, by the time you get the leaves, you need to process the leaves within 48 hours. But if you have to transport raw tea leaves from Buweju to Igala, by the time they reach, they have already lost a lot of moisture content, and the quality you get is a problem. That's one of the causes of poor quality. Number two, Right Honorable Speaker, as a country, we don't have a tea policy. So people are plucking leaves, they are not guided. That's why within the region, Uganda fetches the lowest amount on tea. Not because we don't have fertile soils, we have the best soils. But Rwanda and Kenya are earning more money from tea than Uganda. Why? Because of quality. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what we need government to do is, number one, we must have a tea policy. Secondly, the tea that is branded in Mombasa tea auction. Today when I was reading the papers, one of the highest causes of costs is warehousing charges in Mombasa. But incidentally, the area where they are doing the processing is Ugandan property. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to negotiate market for our tea. We cannot export through third parties. As a country, I know one of the neighboring countries which did a bilateral trade with Pakistan, and they are selling tea and fetching a lot of prices. So Ministry of Trade needs to look at the market, we look at the quality, and then we can also deal with the issues of fertilizers. Fertilizers alone, without having a tea policy to educate the farmers and increase processing capacity, will not solve the problem. I submit.
Thank you. It's very painful to find that our tea is auctioned through third parties in other countries. Recently, we did it for fuel. We said for our fuel importations, we cannot depend on other countries. Why can't we do the same? So, Honourable Minister, I think you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to inform you and the House that on the issue of auctioning.
Honourable Minister, I want to inform you, Right Honourable Speaker, not to just inform you and the House.
I beg your pardon. I want to inform you, Right Honourable Speaker.
That's better.
And the presiding and the presiding office of this House and the honorable colleagues that on the issue of auctioning, we are working out different options whether we can establish our own, because going to Mombasa has actually not worked for the interests of Ugandans. But I pray that you give us more time. We come and give information paper next week so that we find a way of resolving this issue. Friends, we must all understand that we are operating in a liberalized economy, but government must intervene in those areas like this one where we have difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Wednesday next week, please bring us a statement. And we shall discuss it extensively. I had a procedure matter from Youth Northern.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise on a procedural matter. About 2 weeks ago, on the 6th of February, you directed the Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development to bring to this House a statement today regarding a matter that I had raised on the Uganda Development Fund, UDB, special credit for youth and women, the performance of the special credit fund, the beneficiaries of the special credit fund, and the equity. But Right Honourable Speaker, I don't see the minister on the bench, and I also don't see the matter on the order paper. Are we proceeding well?
Yeah, we are proceeding very well, because I looked at the matters I had and I determined the order paper to handle these issues. Then your matter will be coming. Honourable colleague, there is something which I am uncomfortable with. I don't like using the language of directing. This is not a house of directives. I think we like very strong language. I believe we are colleagues. The moment you're colleagues, even when you're requested, even begged, by the way, like how we say, I beg to move. Have members ever stopped you because you have begged? This is parliamentary language. Parliamentary language does not involve begging, directing, direct. No. So I would really don't attribute words to me of you directed. I've always used the word you are requested. And then when I'm boiling and I need some blood donation, I use the word you are required. Because personally I don't like directives at a personal level. So I don't want to be directing people here. We should be in a humble way. We should listen to the requests of members, okay? I just wanted that one to be very, very clear. Honorable Choni Julius.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Rising on a matter of national importance. Honourable Speaker, we are aware the rain season has started. On the 10th, this month, Feb, that's last Saturday, a heavy rainstorm and wind blew one of the primary school in Ulilim sub-county. And also, at the same time, one of the health center in Ulilim sub-county, the maternity wing as well, was blown away. So, Right Honourable Speaker, this has left the patients and the pupils for both the institutions, they're homeless. When you look at the classroom blocks all blown away. So my humble prayers are two. I will request the ministry or the department of the both institution at least to give the iron sheets to the community. They would do by themselves if the minister or the ministry cannot do anything or help. Secondly, I would also ask the teams of both institutions, both the health and the schools, they should go and visit the Ulilim sub-county Ulilim primary school. Thank Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Minister for Disaster.
And I beg to lay my report.
Thank you. The member wanted late before the minister. So.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank Honourable Chon for raising this issue that has happened to the people of Olilim sub-county. But Right Honourable, I'm going to send a team from the Department of Refugees to go and do assessment. But I also want to ask the member, you will have to be a little bit patient with us, because first of all, we are not included in the supplementary, so we don't have money right now to be able to buy the iron sheets. So we are waiting for the next quarter. Thank you.
Now, honourable colleagues, I have two more matters related to that. One from Honourable Sasaga Isaiah. I have one from Honourable Stella Apolot Sodo. Maybe for the minister to take note of. They can raise them quickly.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, we had a devastating hailstorm on the slopes of Mount Elgon in Budadiri East, in the sub-counties of Mulisha and Bukise. And the school was affected, the primary school, Mulisha Primary School, where the classroom block was washed away, and some structures of same permanent nature in the same school were affected, where some teachers were residing. Then in Mulisha, very many parishes were affected, and the crops were destroyed. And my prayers, Right Honourable Speaker, that especially for the primary school, the schools have just resumed. This is a primary 3 block, which all of it was affected. The ministry could look at the most intermediate solution. If you can provide, for example, the temporal tarpaulins or the tent or the mavat, for that matter, the iron sheets, I believe as the district is planning to replan for the reconstruction of the classroom block, the Ministry of Disaster could come in and mitigate that effect. Then with the crops, as usual, of course, we shall need some food, if you have them in stock. And the most sustainable one, since rains have started, it could be good if you had some seeds and you give the communities to plant. Thank you so much.
Honourable Stella Isodo.
Right Honourable Speaker, these are the reports from the district disaster team, which has already transmitted them by the cow to the PS in the ministry.
Can lay on table.
Thank you so much.
Honourable Stella, wait a bit, because we have a formal process of laying documents on the table.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on table a report on damage caused by disasters in the Mulisha sub-county, Soronko district, from the cow. And the second one, report on damage caused by disasters in the Bukise sub-county from the cow Soronko. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Stella Isodo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Last week on Tuesday, 6 February 2024, due to unexpected occasional rains, residents of Mora district were faced with significant losses after the heavy hailstorm and strong winds destroyed some houses, including a fuel station called Akelo Oils in Mukura Town Council, cassava gardens, sweet potato gardens, and this hazardous situation has worsened the already precarious food security situation in the district. Out of the 11 sub-counties of Ngora district, 5 of them are affected. Ngora Town Council, Odwarat, Mukura Town Council, and Mukura sub-county. The magnitude of the disaster has been captured in the report from the District Production Office. Prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, we need provision of early maturing planting material like sweet potato vines, cassava planting material, and I also request the Office of the Prime Minister to provide dry rations to the households. In the meantime, I have the report from the District Production Office. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honorable Kaya Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to present a matter of national importance concerning the environment and situation at abattoirs, especially in town councils, municipalities, and municipalities. Right Honorable Speaker, some colleague of mine is also citing cities, but the general conditions at abattoirs is alarming. As the Shadow Minister for Water and Environment, I find it very important to state that most abattoirs have no toilets. Those that have toilets, the cleanliness is really not there. Most of them have no drainage to enable the dirty items from the abattoirs to find their way out. Then they present foul smells, and it becomes very difficult to the humans settling nearby. And they do not have water facilities. Those who come to slaughter their animals come with the water in jerry cans, and as they work out with the little water, really the products are not well cleaned. And most of the abattoirs have no power. Yet we are aware that some slaughtering even takes place before it is morning. And so they just use torches, but it is really very unsafe for our people. The cleanliness in terms of slashing is almost not there. There is a lot of bushes surrounding most abattoirs. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers are that the Minister for Environment expedites the exact monitoring of abattoirs and their operation in a bid to put right the environment. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the town councils, they really charge heavily.
Prayers, Honorable.
Yes, I'm saying that instead of concentrating on income and fees from the employees of over 30,000, and then it goes above even 50,000 during big days. Let them also, the health inspectors, look at the general conditions of these abattoirs, but we can also get a report as far as servicing and managing the sanitation around these abattoirs is concerned. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. This is something which the field, which the sectoral committee can work on through field reports to go on Uganda and ascertain, because the meat that comes from the abattoirs and all that feeding the whole country. This is a very, very crucial point. That is committee on health. It should be, yeah. Committee on agriculture. I think committee on health colleagues would be more appropriate. Yeah, this is a health-related matter. Then it can, when it comes back and gives a report, then we can have input from other committees. So let me assign it to the committee on health to visit and report back within 1 month. This is a very, very crucial issue. Honorable Donald Katariwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Katero, just wait a minute. Honorable Minister, you wanted to say something? Yeah, please. Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to guide that the construction, maintenance, and routine management of abattoirs in all local governments is a responsibility of those lower local governments. One, because they contract them out, they get revenue, very heavy revenue. And it's that very revenue that they should use to maintain, update, upgrade, put other services into those abattoirs. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of mismanagement of collection of revenue. There is a new and proper system that government has instituted, the IRAS system, integrated revenue administration systems. But the lower local governments are not managing, inspecting, and putting to book the officers who are collecting this revenue into their pockets. Then lastly, we have health inspectors, Right Honorable Speaker. The health inspectors are employed by government, they are paid by government. We have veterinary officers in all districts, in the municipalities, and in the cities. So these are the people who should check the cleanliness and make sure that the abattoirs are clean and ready to give services for human consumption.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I had closed this matter. The minister can't open it up again. But when the report comes and we go into discussion, these are issues we shall go in deeply. Because even when you're talking of revenue, honorable minister, you remember here, the local governments petitioned this house that they collect their revenue and we don't remit it back. We made a resolution urging government to ensure that indeed they receive their revenues in time, and it has not been effected. So these are issues we shall go through once the report comes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on an issue of urgent national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, on Sunday 11th February this year, elephants totaling to 8 escaped from Kibale National Park and attacked residents of my sub-county, Nyantungo, specifically in Kibira and Mabona parishes, and killed 2 people. One was buried yesterday in the names of Kaganda Mugume, he's a Muhereza from Nsemehabo village, and another one who is buried today, and that's why the woman MP is not here. She's in the field over that, called Mwesige. And the Right Honorable Speaker, over 900 households, homes now, are living in intense fear of being displaced because the elephants are still on rampage. UWA has done some steps to go and chase the elephants away, but they're still there and they have refused to go. Right Honorable Speaker, and I'm now coming to that very important issue. This issue has never happened in the history of my constituency and in my village and in my sub-county. And if you remember very well, Right Honorable Speaker, in the last 2 months, there were fears of ADF in that forest. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that we don't take this issue just as an issue of elephants. There might be push factors pushing these elephants from the forest, coming to attack my people, because this has never happened in the history of my constituency. My prayer as a Honorable Speaker, 1, because the elephants are still there, 1, can we have maybe Right Honorable Speaker, UWA establishing some temporary standby offices around this place so as to save the lives of the people. 2, this is a disaster issue, right, Honorable Speaker. And I'm happy disaster is here, Minister of Internal Affairs and others are here. Can we really have some budget to compensate the people affected by the elephants? People's houses have been destroyed, people's crops have been destroyed, around 17 houses have been demolished, including toilets and whatever. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would request that this House puts some consideration for compensation. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I would implore the ministries, the 3 ministries, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Security, and the Ministry of Defense, to take keen interest into the reasons why these elephants are running away from the forest to attack the people. It may be classified information, but I've given it to the Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want the Minister for Disaster, she's here, to come and answer on issues of compensation. Then Honourable Minister of Internal Affairs will also come
Right Honourable Prime
and
Minister.
answer. Then lastly,
Right Honourable Prime Minister, we don't have that much time.
then
These are
Minister
issues we
for
have to go
Tourism.
back and handle.
Yes, I'm going to call the Honourable Minister for Tourism to go and intervene so that they can rescue the people who are in such much fear. But of course, we condole with those families that have lost their dear ones. And let me hope that it will not happen again the moment I call in the Minister of Tourism.
Honourable
Thank you.
Minister, take lead. Right Honourable Prime Minister, take lead on that matter. And please help Honourable colleague. Honourable Nzima, procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of elephants disturbing locals has been on this floor for many years. And one time we took a decision, because colleagues from all over have been raising this issue. We took a decision and tasked the government at least to put some kind of fencing. And the money was provided. There were 2 interventions which were talked about. One was digging trenches. Then the second one was electric fence. And government had pronounced itself here. The whole projects were going on. Want it to be procedure to call the minister to come and give us status quo. Because if money was provided and the same problem continues, what is the issue? We needed to get that kind of clarification. Though the attention to solve the problems can still be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, the Committee on Tourism has just come from a field visit of these areas, some of these areas, not all. I'm one of the most affected. My constituency is one of the most affected, day in, day out. You know, the compensation provided for in the law is not that sufficient. So let's wait for the Committee on Tourism to bring us a report, and we shall discuss this matter when they've finished. Now, honourable colleagues, I have, you know, I usually receive matters. Because sometimes I'm busy, I don't have time to interact with you to guide you on certain matters, so all of them are recorded. But I find some of them of a policy nature which requires structured answer. So I always jump those matters. I don't consider all of them. Here I would need matters of this nature, matters, emergencies of sorts, as matters of national importance. Then the others are provided for Thursdays, and especially under Prime Minister's time. So if I don't call your matter, that's the issue. Number 2, I have around 3 matters for Minister of Health, but I fear these are not matters I want to clog the order paper. All matters which I refer, say, report back, you know, they clog the order paper. That's why you find we have around 200 statements not already sorted. So most of the issues, I want them sorted here, okay? You get an answer, and then if we are to follow up, we follow up with the committee. So matters to do with the Minister of Health, I will not handle them today. Chief Whip, ensure we do have a minister, at least one minister from Minister of Health for tomorrow. Please stop harassing me. Next, issues to do with education. I don't know who is raising procedure. Mary, procedure. Well, whenever Katarua, your matter is going to be handled. I'm also going to. Okay.
Right
now, after the elephants have refused to go, he has also refused to.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not good at disturbing you, you know that. But Right Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious issue where people have died and they are now burying as we talk right now. I'm not comfortable, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry to say, when I don't get an immediate answer. When I have the Prime Minister here, I have the Security or Internal Affairs Minister here, we have the Information Minister here and the Chief Whip. Right Honorable Speaker, would it be procedurally right to have a commitment for this very burning issue for my constituency? I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. I thought I had assigned the matter because of how important it is, Honorable colleague, had assigned it to the Prime Minister, and usually what she does, and I follow up, she calls you, okay, and she calls the stakeholders in the government to ensure that you meet and they immediately respond to this matter, okay? So I thought that would be sufficient. She has assured you tomorrow. Very good. Honorable Macho, procedure.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to agree with my colleague. Mr.
But
Speaker, sir, you guided very well.
Listen, Macho, Honorable Macho. Your colleague has already accepted my guidance. So now you don't need to add on anything else. No. We don't have time for appreciating Honorable colleague. Honorable Harold Muhindo, I wish we had more time. Okay, I would allow you. Honorable Harold Muhindo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. About 4 years ago, government rolled out the program of a new curriculum, especially to the lower secondary schools, including the COVID year. The pioneers of this program are sitting for end of secondary, that is senior 4, this year. They have been communicated to that they should organize to apply for combinations in A level following the old curriculum. Right Honorable Speaker, I find it very confusing for government to change the orientation of education and do an experiment and use our children as a specimen. So that at some point when things are not working out, then they say we are moving from this program, we go back to the old program. This simply shows that we are looking at a generation that is being stifled, that is being stunted, that they are killing the academic future of these children. I am concerned that government should come out and give us a direction on the planned new curriculum progress.
Thank you. Honorable Minister
so
for Education.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my brother for raising that very critical issues concerning curriculum. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we are all aware that we have got the lower secondary curriculum, which is already a new curriculum. The secondary curriculum previously was really not so much with the current situation. This is a student-based curriculum, competence-based curriculum, a curriculum that brings on board very many things that we want a student to be.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is true, the pioneers for the new competence-based curriculum, they are in Form 4. And these are the candidates who are preparing to sit Senior 4 examination. And we have all admitted this is the type of curriculum that we all need in the 21st century, because we bring on board creativity, innovation, and many other skills that the students require, ready for job market, even if you cannot progress to the next level. Indeed, it is true, as these candidate classes are getting out at the end of this year, process and preparation with consultation to ensure that we form the A-level curriculum has been taking place. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, curriculum is not just one-day process. It's not just that you wake up and come up with a curriculum. It is a process that involves consultation, that involves stakeholders of different levels to be brought on board, so that we come up with a really curriculum that as the country we all desire to see. So much as the curriculum for A-level, Mr. Speaker, is not ready, but I can assure this House the process is ongoing and is on the right course.
Thank you. Honorable Adoa, Helen Adoa, you wanted add-on? Let Honorable Helen Adoa add-on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I want to add my voice to the Minister. Yes, this curriculum might have made some people very uncomfortable, but I can assure you, as an educationist who has been there, I feel this curriculum can make a child, even after S4, even if the child does not proceed, this child will be self-employed. One thing I've noted, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the people who brought us education are having a better education. But for us in Uganda, what we have been doing is to school our children, just schooling them without impacting any skills. But this particular new curriculum makes a child to participate in projects. You find in Uganda, Right Honorable, I need your protection. Let them get my point. In Uganda, Right Honorable, a child in nursery leaves school at 5, and that child will go and psychologically can get disturbed. Ugandans should learn to adjust taking education, just schooling children without being building the skills and building children.
Thank you.
Must see. But even with that process, this is the 4th year, and I believe from the time they started from S1, S2, S3, now S4, the teachers, the children have been prepared.
Thank you. Honorable Margaret, let's hear from the teacher first. Honorable Margaret Wabshia, then Honorable Semiju.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I think the issue we are talking about, or the colleague was presenting, is that yes, there is a new curriculum, and it's not saying that it's bad curriculum. What we are talking about is sensitization. How many teachers know what the curriculum is?
Can I have the attention of the Minister for Education? Honorable Minister for Education, I need you to listen to members, because they are raising issues of your sector.
Yeah, thank you very much. The issue we are talking about is that many teachers have not been sensitized about that curriculum. In fact, what they do, they can go to a particular area and send the teachers, ask the head teachers to send the teachers, but they say the teacher should give should not be paid for transport because there is no money. And when they are supposed to stay in that place for about 2 or 3 days over the weekend. So many of them have refused to go because they will not be paid and they will not be accommodated. So it is now taking us to the wrong side of what should have been a good curriculum, because people don't know even how to mark. At times I'm on some of the platforms, but you see someone saying, now we are going to mark. How do we go about it? Because some of us don't know anything about how to mark those learners. When we come to seniors 5, those who are going in A level, if it is 4 years ago, they should have been able, the government should have started, or the NCDC should have started on the new curriculum for A level by now. But up to now, they don't know anything. And I want to say I've had a discussion. Wait a bit. I chair the Quality Education Forum in this parliament, right, Honourable Speaker. But we moved to the NCDC to find out what is happening. And they told us they don't have money for the new curriculum in A level. And they have been asking, but the response is 0. So that's where the problem starts. Right? Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The reason I wanted to raise a procedural issue is exactly what the Workers MP has just said. We've just considered the budget framework paper. The money for the A-level curriculum to take care of is not provided for in the budget. And the minister comes here and say, these things are not done quickly, we are now doing them, but money is not in the budget. Maybe you are doing them in your sitting room. But also, Mr. Speaker, most important, the point that my neighbor here has made, none of us is contesting that the new curriculum is good. We are only saying prepare for it. I'll give you an example. I have a daughter. She leaves one secondary school to go to another. Then they say, your continuous assessment results are not here, so we can't give you a report. Another friend of mine, they say, no, we can't take your child because those progressive things remained where you are, so you stay there. We're only questioning the preparation. Maybe it is not painful, you may not have children. So that's the point that my colleague was saying. You are providing no money in the budget, you are saying you are developing a curriculum, where a colleague has said they went to people whose duty is it to develop it, they have not even started on it. Our children are registering to sit senior 4. And then finally...
Thank you. Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, a colleague raised the issue of transition. Will this stop at O level? Because you have brought a curriculum, and now for A level, you are telling these students to apply for combinations based on the curriculum which you have phased out. So, is this curriculum stopping at O level? If not, how have you prepared for this transition to A level? Honourable Minister, no, honourable colleagues, on matters of national importance, usually, we don't have such a long debate. We would rather request for a statement and we debate it with details. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleagues sincerely all for accepting that this new secondary curriculum is actually the curriculum that as a country we all yearn for, and we are happy that the curriculum is being rolled out. Indeed, it is true. All of them have raised very critical issues, as you said, Mr. Speaker. One is about the preparation. 2 is the issue of the budget. 3, as to whether the curriculum stops at A level, O level, not progressing and transiting to A level. Mr. Speaker, We may not finish the discussions right now as I stand on this floor. However, allow me to say this. This preparation has started pretty early, and it is an ongoing process in terms of the O-level curriculum. Continuous professional development, teachers' orientation, and the pupil as well. It's a process. And I can stand here to confirm that every termly there has been CPDs for the teachers and for all the stakeholders. However, as they observed, it may not be as smooth as we all expected to take place at a time. Mr. Speaker, last year, the Committee on Education had a retreat, and the retreat was in Chigo. And, Mr. Speaker, in the committee retreat, we were all together with them. These are some of the issues we discussed in that retreat, and it was brought on board. My colleagues who are here will agree with me that in that retreat, the issue of curriculum was top priority. It was discussed into detail, and even the issue of A-level curriculum was discussed. However, Mr. Speaker, allow me, if you could permit, with your permission, that tomorrow I bring in 2-page or 3-page paper on this issue of curriculum so that we can discuss from informed point of view and we can all be on the same table. If you could allow, with your permission, Mr.
That's
Speaker,
enough,
I
Honourable
thank
Minister.
you.
Tomorrow, bring a statement, then we shall have time to debate it tomorrow. Honourable Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the government phased out the non-core primary teachers' colleges and the national teachers' colleges countrywide. And the government is now trying to establish the Uganda National Institute for Teachers. In the process of doing that, it phased out in financial year 2023-2024, 22 non-core primary teachers' colleges. And of course asked that those who were teaching in these non-core PTCs be redeployed to other core teachers' colleges. Right Honourable Speaker, it is shocking that, as expected, once these people were redeployed to these other institutions, their salary should have now been maintained as science teachers because it's provided for in the establishment notice number 2 of 2015 under section 3.4, which says the science teacher is a person other than the training, but also a science teacher is one who teaches subjects in technical, vocational, education, and training institutions. Some of those affected teachers, Right Honourable Speaker, have reached out to me. They are now earning 1 million shillings and below, instead of the 4 million shillings for the science teachers. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to find out from the Ministry of Education, Finance, whether it is public service, why these tutors, they were actually tutors in these non-core PTCs, why they are now earning below the required 4 million shillings that science teachers are supposed to earn as per the statutory, the statutory notice number 2 of 2015. So I beg to find out from the teacher, from the Minister of Education or Public Service.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to put the statement just right and make it correct. The Ministry of Education and Sports phased out non-core PTC, not National Teachers College, which is called NTC. I want to put the records correct. We did not phase NTCs. We only phased non-core PTCs. Indeed, it is true, the 23 non-core PTCs which were phased out, and the ones completely phased out are 22. And the 23 core PTCs are still operating. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Sarah raised a very critical matter, the matter that concerns the redeployment of the tutors who were previously in the non-core PTC, because the non-core PTCs have been already repurposed for other different purposes. Like the 6 went for teaching sites of universities, others are for TVET institutions, others are for health training institutions, others are for health tutors training institutions. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, when these PTC tutors were redeployed in the core PTCs, indeed it is true, some of them, their salaries were affected. As I speak, they registered a complaint to the Ministry of Public Service last year in November. And of course, I'm happy to note and to report to you, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Public Service, represented here by the Minister, called for a meeting. And from last year, 24th November, there has been a consultative meeting because the tutors want to be paid at a scale of a science level scale. Indeed, some of them who were at science level were affected. One, there was previously this system that we call integrated personal payroll system, which was transited and integrated into the new system, which is called Human Capital Management System, Mr. Speaker. And because of the change of this system, some of these teachers who were previously on this salary scale payroll were affected because the new system actually recognizes the payroll which current tutors are getting, 1 million plus according to their scale. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Ministry of Public Service is right on top of this matter because we've been having meetings since last year and even early this year, Mr. Speaker. My ministry is trying as much as possible to ensure that we iron this matter amicably between the PTC tutors, because there is a difference between the PTC tutors and NTC tutors. PTC trains primary teachers. Ideally, we do not have any categories, whether science or arts, whereas NTC are the colleges that train secondary teachers.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, you see, my worry is on how government usually takes time to conclude. Honestly. You know, when you say, since last year we have been consulting, when will you ever reach a conclusion? You know, that's even more Honourable Minister for Public Service. Because you see, Honourable Minister for Public Service, training a primary school teacher does not make me a primary school teacher. So that you put me in their scale of I'm not a scientist or I'm not. You get it, eh? Yeah, because it's at primary where a teacher can teach all subjects. So you don't have a scientist, you don't have for humanities. I'm a trainer. I'm either scientist or not. Government policy is very clear. Scientists should be paid this much. If the funding gap is what is the problem, you say it, then we look for a way of settling it. It shouldn't be a matter of too much debate and consulting for a whole year. Honourable Minister for Public Service.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Indeed, I agree with what my colleague has said. The issue of science tutors in the NTCs and so on, that is clear. They are science and they are getting their science pay. Now, there was need, of course, when it came to the primary teacher training colleges, where the distinction between science and non-science or arts is not clear because they are training teachers who are going to teach primary and they teach all subjects. That's where the point of consultation came in. And as we talk now, I think we are about to conclude. Definitely, yes. And obviously, as soon as the classification has been agreed on, then those people will be paid their science pay. As soon as. And the consultations, the consultations definitely are at advanced stages, and as soon as that is cleared properly with advice from the relevant quarters, then they'll be paid. And of course, the question of arrears also does. Obviously, that is taken. Yes, they have been teaching. They have not stopped in any way. Once that has been cleared, then the arrears will come by. Thank you very much.
Now, honourable colleagues, this is a matter. This is a matter you can't conclude in plenary. We are embarking. We are about to receive ministerial policy statements. These are issues which sectoral committees should dig deep and ensure that they are addressed in the budget. So, Committee on Education take up this matter seriously. It should be one of the matters we should report on when we are processing a ministerial policy statement. Now, that will give room to Honourable Minister to also conclude on consultations. Because, Honourable colleagues, when a matter has a financial implication, it becomes difficult for a minister to come here and commit on this day. He has to do what we have to push for is ensuring that the consultations are expedited and the matter is concluded. Not coming back here again to say, last year. So, Honourable Minister, I'm sure we can sort this matter so that it's reflected in the next financial year. Yeah? That would be. Now, Honourable colleagues, please, I have an order paper. Up to now, we have not yet gone on substantive items on the order paper. Okay? And our rules provide for Thursday, by the way, to be when we should be handling these matters, as per Rule 25. But I've tried to be generous and think we are going beyond. Minister for Education, you have issues which I had wanted you to respond to today. Please get ready. Tomorrow, we have to address the issues which members have been waiting for. So tomorrow, the first period we are having, I'm not having matters of national importance tomorrow, only 2 from the Minister of Health. The rest, we shall handle issues of education tomorrow, and the statement. You don't need to. Yeah. Next item.
Item 4 on the other paper, statements by ministers, 1 on electricity connection projects in the country.
Minister for Energy. Yeah, Minister for Energy, before you resume and take on the microphone to submit, Minister for Foreign Affairs, last week I requested you to lay on table the the Samoa agreement If you have it ready, and the instrument.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the partnership agreement between European Union and Organization of the African, Pacific and Caribbean States, now also known as the Samoa Agreement, the revised version on table. I beg to lay.
What about the instrument, Honourable Minister?
Mr. Speaker, the instrument is we requested from Brussels, and we were told the transmission will take some bit of time because it went for certification first from the agency, which is the European Union, before we can bring it. So I beg that you give me some time until next week, Tuesday.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Yeah. Minister for Energy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, looking on the order paper, electricity connection projects in the country, it is allocated 10 minutes. May we be guided as a matter of procedure whether it will be something you're going to discuss or is going to lay and then proceed? Can see 10 minutes only.
Yeah, but this is a statement. It's not for laying. It's a statement, and which is provided for under Rule 52 of our Rules of Procedure. So the moment it is read, okay, then I determine what to do, because sub-rule 2 of that rule gives me power to determine on what to do next. Procedure, Honourable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs for laying the partnership agreement, the SCP-EU partnership agreement. However, Right Honourable Speaker, you have not guided on the committee that should scrutinize it and report back. So would it not be procedural right that maybe you refer the report to the Committee on Legal to scrutinize it and report back? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Now, I need to consult the law to see whether this is one of the agreements that need ratification by Parliament. If it's not an agreement which needs ratification by Parliament, then the committee doesn't need to scrutinize it. If it needs, then I will refer it to the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and that one I will do after consulting the law. Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. I'm going to present the status of electrifications in the country. As introduction, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, in order to achieve Uganda's electrification targets in the medium term, government approved electricity connections policy in 2018. One of the objectives of this policy is to increase the annual connections from 70,000 to 300 connections per year. One of the approaches to achieve these objectives is by providing free one-pole or no-pole electricity connections. However, due to outbreak of COVID pandemic in 2019-2020.
Honourable Minister, may I interrupt you? I asked for a statement on the status of electricity projects, not connection. Okay? The statement you have brought to me is on electricity connections. The statement I requested for is on electricity projects in the country, because we are tired of projects of 3 years, which have been pending for 3 years, pending for how long, and you promised us a statement. So this one of scale up is a totally different. This is like an update. The one we need is on electricity projects, Honourable Minister, if you could be kind enough.
Right, Honorable Speaker. There are actually two questions which were asked. There was a question on electricity connections. Then there was a question on electricity projects, which is on the order paper. Which one is on the order paper? Project.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, just let's make it very simple. This one, we don't have an issue. We've not had a big problem. The problem members are having are projects which have been in their constituencies for 3 years. They are not getting finished. A project like Tibea, which we passed a loan of over $200 million here, and we said all sub-counties in the whole country are going to be connected, but we have not received anything. Projects from Kuwait Fund, projects from where, all of them, nothing is going on. We just need an update, and we know what you're doing about it, because these projects were started by your predecessors. Just if you could help us, we get that. We can get this one, okay? This one, we can get it, Honourable Minister, but in the interest of time, I felt we can discuss all of them together. I wanted one statement. Let the minister, let me see if the minister is feeling comfortable with my suggestion.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with your proposal. Actually, getting all the projects will actually require for me to lay it on the table, and then it goes to the Committee of Natural Resources. It will not be just a simple statement.
Now, my senior brother Okasai has taken over my duty of determining how I treat statements which have come here.
So, right, Honorable Speaker,
yeah.
Give me time to actually get a consolidated report, and I'll come back with it next week on Tuesday.
Thank you. I think, Honorable colleagues, next week, Tuesday, we'll do, okay? Honorable Minister, this one can be part of the statement you're bringing, okay? You can make it part B, but part A on projects which have been pending.
Most obliged, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Tinkasi Mire.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. You can see this debate is attracting a lot of attention from Honorable Members because it is very, very critical to our constituencies and to Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister has obliged to your ruling that he presents another substantive statement. We have been here on the floor of the House when you guide on a particular subject matter. Members, Honorable Ministers, bringing statements which are very brief and substandard. And sometimes you have ordered them to go and put more fresh on them. We would want that the Honorable Minister leaves this place when he knows the type of statement that this Honorable House expects out of him. Exactly. For instance, when you talk about Tibea, you must tell us how many sub-counties are in this country. How many sub-counties have been connected? How many sub-counties are not connected? How many sub-counties where you went and abandoned the work? Yes. Abandoned the work. And for how long have you abandoned this work? What is going on? What is your problem? Because we must be seen to be a house that is representing people. Yes. Not just a house to just come and cheer honorable ministers. Allowed. Right Honorable Speaker, I thought it was imperative that you guide, particularly on the standard of statement that we expect from the Honorable Minister for Energy.
Thank you. Honorable Jonathan.
Mr. Speaker, I was in the House when a statement was brought by the minister. And that time, the statement that was brought is not any different from what he has presented today. We had raised issues to do with, I will start with this one particularly. Out of the 1 million connections, that time we had issues to do with equity, especially northern Uganda, comprising of 39 districts. The longest list was only given 140,000 households, compared to others that had more. One almost had about 500,000. And the question was, where is the equity in projects that are financed? So we had requested the minister to come here and show us, and I remember these were your directives, that you even want to know village by village the details of these connections, so that we are able to see how far some parts of this country has lagged behind. So as you direct the minister to go back, Mr. Speaker, I request that the minister takes your guidance seriously, so that when the list comes here, we are able to see in full details to avoid these back and forth engagements that we have had. And good enough, he is a very good minister, and like he has promised, I believe he's going to bring these details, and we shall see the entire country, the plan, and how we are going to get connected, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Dr. Boka, you had the procedure matter? Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mid last year, Right Honorable Speaker, when the Minister of State for Energy was presenting a report on the status of electrification in West Nile, the members of parliament from Addis Ababa region noted with concern the generalization of West Nile to mean Nebi and Arua. You directed or guided that the members of parliament from Addis Ababa region, in collaboration with the minister, come to the ground to have an assessment of the status of energy in Addis Ababa region and present a report to this House. To date, no action has been taken. We need your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, on whether we are proceeding well or not. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, on that specific point.
Right Honorable Speaker, my colleague has actually been discussing with me severally on that subject, and we have committed to go and have a comprehensive survey of his Madi area to get the actual demand of electricity, such that we can allocate some projects to it. We have a time agreed to go to Madi, and he knows it. So let's honor what we commit ourselves in office. I request.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, let's make it very easy. From Honorable Jonathan Odu's submission, you pick what I'm alluding to. Because the statement of the minister will only address one pore to no pore connections. Okay? Now, if your district has no pores, has no connection, has no power extended, then it means you can't benefit from this. And that's why I'm saying we need to get the status of all projects, because it is those projects which will enable this one to succeed. Okay? And that's when you will get the national picture. So, Honourable Minister, you will need to give us an update on all projects, electricity, from Tibea to Kuwait, you know. We are talking about projects that are donor funded, loan funded, and GOU funded, okay? Now, all these projects, we need details. But you see, Honourable Minister, you don't need to put them in one book. You can put them in books, but then you extract a summary for members. And then we go, at least even if you say per district, this, and then the details are also in a book, or where if we want to dig for details, we shall dig. Once it comes here, we know how we shall process it. Okay? Project name, status, when this project started, where it has reached, the contractor, what have you covered, what is remaining, all those issues, all those details. And then we address issues to do with this sector.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As the Honorable Mururi Mukasa exits, Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with the attitude of government towards Parliament. You can see today the senior ministers, we only have Honorable Bua, who is always here, the Honorable Mururi Mukasa, maybe the only elder who is here. And I have taken note, Mr. Speaker, if you can allow, there are ministers who are never here, especially those who are above 65. From the Honorable Tafire, the Honorable Kadaga, Honorable Jim Mwezi, Honorable Moses Ali. Today we have a bench full of state ministers. And maybe some of them, their standards is what has been displayed. Because the one of education was asked question, she was answering something else. The one of energy was guided to bring a statement, he has brought something else. So they are turning this parliament slowly into a talk show where they just make appearance and go away just like that. Yet if you look at the budget of parliament, every single day we are spending about 2 billion shillings on our being here. So we simply can't walk away without no value. So the issue I want to ask you, Mr. Speaker, whether you have given permission, because you are the ones who approved them, people who can't come to Parliament to answer, General Tafire, General Jim Mwezi, Honorable Kadaga, Honorable General Moses Ali, people who are old, if you are old, please, this country has to continue.
Now, honorable colleagues, I think it should be rule. Honorable colleagues, I think rule 114.
So is the member in order to imply that some of us are incompetent? I'm here more than 65 years. So is it in order for him to impute?
Honorable colleagues, this house is a mix. It's a mix of all of us. Okay? Yeah, I usually do not want really to start to make statements which make a member uncomfortable, as if he's the rest of a member or what. But the problem is Rule 114 of our Rules of Procedure, which provides for the attendance of ministers, does not specify, because each one should be here on their own even capacity, because they are members of Parliament. So I know the issue of attendance of ministers. I was a government chief whip. I don't want to task the government chief whip. I know what I went through. But honorable ministers, please talk to your colleagues to come to the house. Okay? Because they are comfortable getting salaries from this house, but uncomfortable coming and sitting and addressing the issues. Okay? So, but the elders are here. They are doing very well. You can see Honorable Mururi Mukasa is doing very well. You can say Honorable Magode Ikuya is even getting younger by being in this house. I remember the first time he came. So honorable colleagues, our colleagues are doing well. Honorable Mururi Mukasa, you want to say something? talk to your colleagues, to your senior colleagues, to your fellow senior ministers to attend the House.
Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, that appeal has actually been extended to Cabinet, that Cabinet ministers must attend Parliament. And we also were informed that in the meeting where you sit to decide on business, you agreed that there should be a rota for ministers. On Tuesday, ministers. On Wednesday, certain ministers. Thursday, certain ministers. And that rota is that rota is given out to the ministers. And the ministers, as much as possible, all I know is that they try as much as possible to follow that rota. So, because of that arrangement, it is not possible to have all the ministers every day in Parliament, even the senior ones. It's not possible. But those who are supposed to come, I think, they come. That's why you can see senior citizens like me, and really, when I look around here, I think I am around here now. I think I'm the oldest person in this chamber now. Yes. Yes, yes. Or maybe my colleague, Honorable Magode Ikuya, if he's older than me, then maybe it's only by a few months. So we are here and we try to follow the roster, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
No, Honourable Minister, please talk to your colleagues. Reason being, I had to postpone issues of health today. I don't have a minister from health. I've jumped issues to do with roads. I don't have issues. I don't have a minister of finance. I don't have a minister of water. I don't have here a minister. Foreign affairs, Honorable Murimba has been coming over time. I don't see his colleagues. So honorable colleagues, let's be here, okay? Let's be here. Next item.
Item 4.2, statement on the process and guidelines on the renewal of national identification cards.
Honourable Minister. Maybe also to put the record straight. It's not that Honorable Kasai brought an incompetent statement or what. No, he addressed only one component of the statement, and yet both of them were needed. That record needs to be put straight because he has been doing a great job. I need that one to be put on record. Yeah. He answered part A and forgot part B. So now we need part B.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this is a statement on the process of preparation for mass renewal of national identity cards. Last Wednesday, the Honorable Ethel Naluima, Member of Parliament, Wakiso District, raised a matter on the process for renewal of national identity cards, including whether there are any prescribed fees and how often renewals will take place. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this serves to answer her queries but also to provide an update on the process of preparation for mass renewal of national identity cards as follows. 1, rollout is slated to begin on 1st June 2024. Matters training in readiness for the new National Security Information System, NSIS, capacity building for relevant staff in line with MOSIP. Customization is ongoing for 4 weeks now in India. Financials, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this House approved a supplementary funding of Uganda shillings 300 billion, and accordingly, this money was provided to the Minister of Finance and Economic Development for the mass enrollment and mass renewal project, which is broken down as follows. Development, Uganda shillings 208 billion, recurrent Uganda shillings 92 billion. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, government has apportioned shillings 192 billion of the supplementary budget of 300 billion for quarter 3 financial year 2023-2024. And NIRA expects to receive the release of the supplementary budget. Procurement. Procurement of the system and other supporting accessories has been set in motion, and this includes things like UPS and generators. ICT procurements, following the approval of the funding, the new National Security Information System related procurements have also commenced, with requests for approval of N7 forms by NITA-U, and approvals have been obtained in that respect. A list of ICT procurements under the mass enrollment and renewal exercise is attached herewith as Annex 1. There are also other procurements, Right Honorable Speaker, related to the mass enrollment and renewal exercise, which are ongoing and also are attached in detail as Annex 2 to this statement. Recruitment, the Human Resource Committee has been established to handle the recruitment processes for the exercise. This is being done in consultation with the Ministry of Public Service. Recruitment money is yet to be released. In the next 1 month, advertisement is going to happen, and districts need to be keen to ensure participation. NIRA is to give the necessary guidelines by 15th Feb 2024. There's also the legal issues around the exercise, the legal regime. Right Honorable Speaker, the principal act is the Registration of Persons Act, ROPA, Act number 3 of 2015. This will not be touched. However, regulations thereunder will be amended. Namely, the Registration of Persons Regulations, Statutory Instrument number 67 of 2015, Regulation 23.2, that is Form 9, the application for renewal of National Identification Card. This form is being amended to remove repetitive information to simplify the process with the aim of improving the turnaround time at renewal. Number 2, registration of persons in bracket fees regulations, statutory instrument number 1, statutory instrument number 9 of 2016, regulation 2 on fees payable, and this is key for the Honorable Narima, for renewal of a national identification card, including penalties for default in renewal by a citizen. The amendment here is intended to remove the fees payable by a citizen for renewal of a national ID card, and instead introduce fees, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, only for express service, where one requires express service to get an ID. I want to also further clarify that the law provides for renewal of national identity cards every after 10 years. This was premised on the idea that the security features of these IDs degenerate with time. So too the physical features of individuals, which also change over time, hence requiring renewal within 10 years, which was seen within the law as reasonable. However, this has a huge cost implication, and that's why honorable members were worried the repetition of this exercise. The comfort, therefore, lies in the speed with which technology is advancing, which is fortunate. That is why, with anticipation, it was planned to include in the new IDs a mobile platform which can allow for electronic update of one's profile. The planned amendments were presented by NIRA management to the NIRA board at its 78th meeting held on 3rd August 2023 for consideration. The proposed amendments were approved and submitted to the First Parliamentary Council after board approval, and we wait progress on the matter. Data migration tests have also, to establish quality of biometric data, have shown a 92% success in light of the fact that each person's biometrics will be re-enrolled to take into account the actual iris. Poor quality biometrics will be addressed at this point. On 7th August 2023, NIRA and MOSIP stands for Modular Open Source Identification Platform, began analysis of the existing data by checking the formats and the different quality of the biometrics. This will guide on the data migration path and development of the data migration scripts and strategy by USPC. The following stages of tests have been completed. 1, installation and configuration of the test database. 2, exportation and importation of data in the test database. 3, installation and configuration of the Docker's desktop. 4, installation and configuration of WireGuard application. 5, installation of Java and bot tool used for data quality check. And then last, analysis of 1103 fingerprint and face image quality check was completed and awaiting a final report from MOSIP. The team is currently working on column mapping and preparation of the entity relationship diagram, ERD. Hard to reach areas, this was a specific question. Regarding this matter of hard to reach areas, there are 3 notable constraints that have been factored and planned for. 1, power connectivity challenges. 2, internet connectivity challenge. 3, transport constraints. The government intends to deliver kits in each district of the country for the exercise of mass enrollment. Money for the movement of kits has been planned for. This sorts the transportation issue. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, approximately 2,750 kits with solar panels will be available in addition to each district having a 5 kV generator for the exercise. Last, each kit will have 2 connectivity devices, and connectivity mapping is ongoing for each parish countrywide. I hope, Right Honourable Speaker, this update adequately answers the Honourable Member's questions, in addition providing an update on the whole exercise to the House in this regard. I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members.
Thank you, Honourable Narima, Honourable Baiga. Then Honourable Joyce, Agore, Pachuto, Enos.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful for the statement, but it partly answers what Ugandans expect of this as far as the national identity card renewal process is concerned. First of all, good enough, I'm a student of IT with a master's in information systems. When you look at the processes that have been explained to us here under 7, you realize that technically they are even explaining to us that even the process of the IT process, rather the IT processes talked about are not yet complete, because if you are still under installation and analysis, you have not yet shown that the process that will be used is complete. So we shall need clarity also on that. But what's most worrying, if the minister is informing us and not showing that money has fully been provided by finance, we know what has always been taught to us as far as having money in the budget and the release processes. We still await that full confirmation of how it is, because this is very key. National IDs mean a lot. And 2, we still request they borrow leaves from neighborhood countries that don't renew after every 10 years. Look at Kenya, look at Rwanda, look at South Africa, look at Botswana, because you are aware of how every moment we are told about budget constraints vis-a-vis the economy. And finally, being that I'm a shadow minister for local governments, and for some good time, at least from my student times, I've been close to local governments. When you refer to the fact that under the recruitment process, and you refer to the fact that districts should take in interest, then you are referring to that districts. Given all the challenges districts face through, I would pray that we later on should be provided with what exactly is going to transpire. We should know that you planned that for districts you will be in touch with this person. You are going to, those details are needed. Don't just say districts take in. So it will be helping us more to know, for us as member of parliament, as we monitor the process, what is going on. But most of all, we pray after this, you look at other countries that do not renew as long as someone has made 18 years and use those biometrics. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Minister for making these clarifications. Right Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, there are money lenders. I don't know which tier it is, and under what license they are operating. And the only security they take is a national ID. And they have boxes and boxes of national IDs because it is the only security that our people have in order to lend them money. And I can now see the process of renewal coming. Either they are going to make a loss because their securities will no longer make sense, or if there is a requirement that somebody must hand in the old ID, many people will miss out on national IDs in Buikwe South constituencies and Buikwe district in general, because that is where these money lenders are. Dear sir, how would you want to handle such citizens who have mortgaged their national IDs? Thank you.
Honorable Nakut. Then Honorable Feta.
Right Honorable, I also thank the Minister for the good news of cost-neutral IDs for our citizens. I was very happy. I even clapped when I heard that news, because some of our people cannot afford to replace IDs. Now, Right Honorable, there is only one thing which needs to be handled. The Minister explained a window for express fees. Even though there are free IDs, there is a window for express fees. He only, perhaps if he had also explained or given a standard waiting lead time, then it will up. Otherwise, then the waiting will be abused, as our people will be forced to wait longer so that they can pay for express fees if the standard is not set. I pray that gets added.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Minister, because me what I'm fearing is all about the deadlines and the timeline, because this process is the one from which we are going to extract the register for the elections. And we need to have this register, I think, ready by around Jan 2025. When I was checking, you need to renew 15.2 million IDs. You need to enroll around 17 million new ones. Okay? And then for you to be able to do this, maybe the anticipation had been that by June of this year, you would have done it. But now, when you look at the gaps, I'm just having a fear. You're doing a great job, but you need to arrest our fears that you will meet the deadline so that we don't go into a national crisis, especially because you're changing to a new system. The same kits which are going to be used for census are going to be used for this purpose. So procurement of the kits, integrating the system, looking at the renewal, looking at the new enrollments, extracting the national register. We are having a huge, huge interest in this project, because the moment it fails, it can fail the whole country in terms of democracy and other issues. Yes. Honorable Feta, Honorable Joyce, Honorable God.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for pointing out my most immediate concern to the Honorable Minister. The task ahead compared to the previous one is much more, because you have to really work with the timeline of electoral activities. It's not only 15.5, the voter population is going to increase by about 2.5 million people. So those about 18 million voters have to be registered. And if we're going to wait up to June, and we have only about 6 months, the last 15.5 million data to be collected, it took 2 years to be collected. So the volume of work is so much, I appeal that you do something quite extraordinary. I have 3 issues to present to you, to appeal to you. The timely appointment of the officers and their facilitation. That is one thing that has dragged this process back. Now that the money is there, the top management should not hold on to this money here. The people who do the donkey work, the front soldiers on ground, many times they are forgotten about and the quality of works is compromised. 2, political support. I want to appeal to members here. In the last registration, we had issues where our friends in the opposition would go to the constituencies and begin to demobilize the population from registering for national ID. On the last day, they are the very ones to go and register. We've had these issues. So I want to take this opportunity to appeal to the House, to all leaders, to go and mobilize citizens to register for the purpose of being citizens of this country. We should not politicize this process. This is a national exercise. It is an exercise that determines whether you're a citizen of this country or you are not. It's not a political party issue. I want to thank you.
So,
yeah.
Honorable Mugore.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the Minister for the statement which he brings with sobriety. I want to thank him. 2 or 3 things. Number 1, on the issue of training, the people who are already in India for training and recruitment. This needs a timely matter, because last time, because of the non-recruitment of these people earlier enough and failure to have proper training, caused a number of issues that many people were registered on dates that they didn't provide. You find the information paper has different date, but the actual national ID has a different date. And many people missed out even on SAGE because of such. I have an example of even my parents. They put the date of my mother's date, which was 10 years earlier, and my father could not get this SAGE even when he was 90. And yet when you look on the information paper, he had really provided the right age. So this time round, these people should have enough time of training before they do the registration. And lastly, those people whose dates were misstated or quoted, are they going to be allowed to renew with their rightful debts?
Thank you, Honorable Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is about whether the ministry has an arrangement for people with disabilities who do not have fingers. In the last registration, these people were denied to register. We have a case of a man from Luero, a chairperson of the District Disability Council. He was denied to register, and as a result, he did not get his national ID. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we don't know whether the ministry has an arrangement or a template that is going to be designed in the form to cater for this kind of people. We have a gentleman who is a whole councillor of the district in Bunyangabo. He was born without both hands, and he was also denied to register. We want the ministry to come out and tell us how they are going to handle this kind of special people. I thank you.
Honorable Kahonda, Honorable Mbayo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have issues with NIRA, and in this case where NIRA entered a joint venture agreement with the USPC, the Uganda Security Printing Company in Entebbe. Right Honorable Speaker, when we visited Entebbe, the construction of the factory, so far it's around between 30 to 50% completion, and there is still a long way. Secondly, they are supposed to provide, to supply NIRA with equipment and service the system. Right Honorable Speaker, when we reached Entebbe, the USPC completely has nothing. They openly told us as a committee that they are, for them, how they earn a living is through broking. They just come, for example, now they are dealing with immigration. They just get work from immigration, then they go outside, source the supplier, and what they get as a margin is what they survive on. Are we going to do the same with the NIRA? Are we really serving the interests of this country? Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister should actually explain this, because we are also aware that USPC, through Verdos, they are using the equipments they are supplying, and the empty IDs and the empty rather passports. They just source them from outside and to the suppliers who actually were the suppliers of government, and the government just ran away from them and they went through the USPC. Yet they were supplying at a very low cost, printing the national ID at a very low cost, and now it has been hiked. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Honorable Mbayo, Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statements, but my issue is this continuous renewal after a period of time. What does it cost this country for one, if one clocks 18 years, to get the identity card until a time probably it bats? Secondly, we have so many activities ahead of us. I really wonder whether the time frame that has been given through the report by the Minister will be enough for all of us to enroll, given the fact that we have money lenders who are I think this is all over the country, because even in Luka, we have money lenders who are giving loans, and then the security and the IDs. Can't we have any other collateral that can be presented if one needs a loan other than the ID? I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the report, but Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to get clarity on the following. One, NIRA has been reporting a number of Ugandans with IDs ready but have not yet picked. I would like to know, because I think that at the time of renewal, one would need the previous ID in order to renew and get a new one. What will happen to those that their IDs are ready but for some reasons they have not been able to pick their IDs? Are you going to register them afresh or renew them on the data that you already have? And then two, Right Honorable Speaker, we have many Ugandans in the diaspora. Even some could be boarding the plane right now. Given the time frame, given the resource constraint, some of these people may not be able to fly back to Uganda to renew their IDs. What measures are in place for the Ugandans in the diaspora to be able to renew their IDs and also to enroll for those that could have traveled without the national IDs? I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mamawi, Honorable Kayo, Honorable Azza, Honorable Timazugu, Engineer Rook.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement, because the biggest fear with the Ugandans was to pay money when you need to get the ID. But Minister was very clear that there was going to be no money to be paid. We are so grateful, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Minister that once the exercise kickstart, we need to have enough number of staffs on ground so that the incidents where a registration at sub-county, parish level is closed, it's transferred to the sub-county level. At that point, it's also closed and taken to the district, where some district headquarters are over 40 kilometers away, where the nationals cannot move to get those national ID. Once the exercise starts, let it stop at parish level so that everybody gets registered. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kayo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for the statement. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister points out that hard-to-reach areas are going to be covered, and he says they're going to give standby generators and then also the use of power. Right Honorable Speaker, that's why we say that there are some areas that really need affirmative action. For example, when the Minister of Energy was tasked to bring a statement indicating sub-counties, it is really long that islands, for example, the islands of Bukoli Islands and then the Buvuma, we are disadvantaged. Jaguzi in Mayuge, we are disadvantaged to the extent that even sometimes charging these batteries is a challenge. They are given the generator, but the question of fuel, such that you find that maybe if they have charged them, they can only operate for 2 hours and again they are off. So I don't know how the Minister is going to address this issue when it comes to hard-to-reach areas. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Azza.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I will feel that the people who are going to register, the officials who are going to register on the ground, should guide against the following. 1, masqueraders. Those are going to masquerade as citizens. Secondly, the foreigners who also want to register. And also impersonators. And more so when we have refugees, especially along the border line. The Sudanese refugees along the borderline might want also to register. So the officials must be very, very, very careful in trying to find out all those who qualify to be registered as citizens of Uganda. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Timuge. Honorable Timuzugu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is a brief one. Right Honorable Speaker, you highlighted a very good point, the timeline towards the election. And I feel like as Parliament, we did our part in passing that supplementary budget. And I don't feel like the ministry gave a proper explanation as to why this delay has come about. Secondly, right now we have some people who are still applying for national IDs, and within a period of 6 months or so, it will be expired. What is going to happen? Should they still keep applying for these national IDs? And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, has the ministry actually learned the lessons which has caused delay before? Because especially people with mixed races, there has been a very big backlog on them actually failing to get national IDs. Some of the issues like they were requesting for birth certificates for the mothers who were born in 1930s and something, where those registries were still not in place. So have they actually come up with a proper system to avoid such delays, such that there's lack of discrimination in amount of people getting national IDs? Thank you.
Kajara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I've been wondering why people get IDs whose expiry date is beyond 2025. When they go to replace their lost IDs or to correct their data, they get IDs which will expire beyond 2025. Meaning that some people have IDs which will expire in 2032, 2033. So I need clarification from the minister. When we come to renew our IDs, will those people keep the ones they have, or they will get new ones? And if they are to get new ones, why do they get IDs whose expiry date is beyond 2025? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kediandongo Kabura, Engineer.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the report. Right Honorable Speaker and members, Kiriandongo has a special category of people. They are called the Maragoli community. They missed out for enrollment in the last enrollment. According to them, they said they qualify to be recognized in the Constitution in the 3rd schedule as indigenous community. The government has promised them over time that they will establish the Constitutional Review Commission to include them in the 3rd schedule so that they can also qualify to be citizens and acquire national IDs. But all this has not been implemented. They are very much worried that they are going to miss out on this enrollment. They are there without national IDs. Two of our constituency MPs, the Honorable Karubanga Jacob Atenyi, together with in the last parliament, Honorable Jack Odur, tried to table private members' bill on constitutional amendment, but they have not gone through. They are requesting for this House to really find a way of assisting them. They don't want to miss out on this enrollment. Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Kabura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is more or less like hers. We have Rwandese. Wait, don't say Rwandese of Ugandan origin. Sorry, my apologies.
That's not parliamentary.
So I apologize, Mr. Speaker. But my concern is there are those Rwandan, Ugandans of Rwandese origin. Okay, thank you for the correction. They always find challenges in being registered for national IDs, and at times, actually specifically also on the passports. And they usually run to us to put a recommendation letter on their origin and all that. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the Honourable Minister to, I think, find a way to pass a regulation on how we deal with such citizens, because they seem to have descendants across the border, but when you look into their matters, they're actually Ugandans. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Engineer.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the statement, and I agree with the Minister that probably after every 10 years, the physical future of somebody changes. But the personal data is usually for lifetime. Whereby, if somebody's data is the same, why does it have to take that long to process the renewal? Then secondly, he has talked about the issue of express in case you are renewing the national ID by express. I would empower the Minister to check how Ministry of Works has done it when you are renewing our driving license. So long as you go there and your data is right, you get the driving license instantly, yet the driving licenses have been changing over and over time, including adding in statutory features. Instead of putting the Ugandans on hold to wait for ages when in case they apply and they travel or they are away to come back again to pick the same national ID. I thank you.
Honorable Yotonim, Entebbe Municipality. I have NRMs who are on this side. No, I have been, now I'm going to independence and opposition. So if you're NRM and you're on this side, kindly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report. And Right Honorable Speaker, for quite some time we have been struggling and fighting with the Ministry of Internal Affairs in this Parliament over delays in accessing, first of all, processing, and then people accessing the national ID. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, as we move into the second phase of mass recruitment and mass enrollment, we would want the Minister this time to consider ensuring that there is efficiency and effectiveness by NIRA in issuing the national IDs to the citizen right from now. One of the challenges has been NIRA operating on very dilapidated computers and equipments and system and possibly application. Now, out of the budget of 300 billion that has been provided, the ministry is providing 208 billion for development. I think the priority must go into having the right computers, equipments, and application. So that honorable members would think the question was saying we provide for having a window for express, paying for express processing of for ID, we should not accept. Rather, we should ensure that the ministry gets into efficiency. A colleague has just mentioned issuance of driver's licenses. Why can't the ministry borrow the idea from Ministry of Transport in the process of providing the driver's licenses? They use the same machines, the same computers, the same equipment, the same security features, so that NIRA can be able to provide national ID basing on that. Then finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we provided 300 billion. And the minister is reporting that government has apportioned 190 billion for this quarter. Unfortunately, it has not yet been released. So when is the quarter money going to be released? I thought the quarter funds has already been released for quarter 3. And in this reporting, the minister, I think you need to make a correction on quarter 3 financial year 2032, 2024. I think it should be 2023, 2024. That correction should be there. But because Right Honorable Speaker, all these delays, recruiting people to do mass enrollment, if the money is not released, because on recruitment, you have reported here that money for recruitment has not yet been released. And you have 1 month to start the process. Are you sure without money now, within the next 1 month, that means you may get it only within 1 week? Are you going to meet the target? Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is the time where as Parliament, we are asking Ministry of Finance that this is not for business as usual. Provide the Ministry of Internal Affairs, NIRA, with the money so that they can start work, so that we don't stampede ourselves and get into chaos with the government as failing election process, because members on the opposition, the other side.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, on the issue of recruitment, okay? I think, Honorable Minister, you can start on the process of recruitment because it's long. And then by the time you issue contracts to this staff, you would have sorted out issues of finance. But the day you wait that money first reaches your account, then you start recruitment. You know, it will be a problem. So you better start on the process. I remember how you recruited teachers, and then you waited for deployment and issuing appointment letters. So you need to start on recruitment right away, so that the money comes like this, you're just issuing appointment letters and you're moving, because time is not on our side. Intebe? Honorable Kakembo.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want also to thank the Minister for this process of recruitment and massive registration. As Parliament, I think we are here to correct the mistakes that we had last time. And among the mistakes, that's why we had a lot of, I would call them factory damages. Many national IDs had issues, spelling error, and many others. This time I want to call upon the Minister to consider this in a recruitment and deployment of your staff. Staff should be deployed and sent to areas where they have at least some cultural relationship, language understanding, and the orthography is very important. Many people have their names misspelled. You deploy somebody from Uganda to go and work in Lango, for example. He doesn't know how they write the names. Somebody has a national ID, but his name is, badly spelled. It is bad. Some people don't want even to identify themselves with such national IDs. As you are going to recruit Honorable Minister, I beg that you deploy people to areas where they have that cultural connection to help us come up with the real correct names to avoid factory damages of our national IDs. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, around me, I'm still on this side, but around me pick one person from a very unique community, the Ik, the endangered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that. I want to thank the Minister for the submission. One thing I wanted the Minister to clarify is on defaulting by the citizens. For how long will you charge them? Because their areas had to reach areas. People who are disabled and so many other people who will be not able to reach the issuing centers. For example, in my place, you have to move for 40 kilometers to get the national ID. So how will you be able to handle that issue? So you can clarify to us on that. Then secondly, the quality of national IDs that we have, that material. Sometimes they break. This time we need the good material that can be resistant even to the water. That when someone puts in the pocket cannot even break.
They bring
so we need the quality material is what we want. The last one, the brokers. The issue of the brokers. Because you find people advertising on social media that if you pay me this amount of money, I will just process for you a national ID in 1 day. So where do those brokers come from? I thank you. Wonderful.
No, Minister, we are going to even say you bring stainless steel material. Yes, Shadow Minister, Internal Affairs, then Karangara. I don't know about Rusi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want first of all to thank Honorable Nalima for raising this matter. And I don't know, Mr. Speaker, why the ministry, these ministers, on their own, deny this parliament information. You see, each one of us here has an issue to raise, Mr. Speaker. But hadn't it been for Honorable Nalima to raise this through a matter of national importance, I don't know when the minister had planned to give parliament this information. Mr. Speaker, sir, that having been said, I want to know, first of all, if it is not prudent for us to rethink this exercise. First of all, even before we talk about renewal, a number of Ugandans have not accessed the first registration yet. They have not got the IDs, but we are talking now about a mass exercise to do the renewal, even before each and every Ugandan procure an ID. Two, Mr. Speaker, sir, when you hear the presentation of the minister, it gives you a feeling that NIRA is just beginning. It has everything. They are procuring everything. They are going for training. They are doing everything for the first time. So it is even difficult to believe that this institution has been around for some years now. And even some of the things for which they need money are very basic, Mr. Speaker, sorry to say so. Two, the issue of local government's involvement. It is high time, Mr. Speaker, that we revisit the issue of decentralization. The Constitution, Article 176, provides that for whatever we do, we shall devolve the responsibilities and the functions to local governments in an organized manner. Some of these matters would be quickly handled and in the best way by local governments. But you see that NIRA is over-centralized. That is why the minister was saying that the local governments better take interest, whereas they would have been the implementers, because they are the governments that are near the people and know their areas better than any other institution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, banks have already issued us with warnings that with the expiry of our IDs, that will make them hold our accounts. I don't know if that time comes and the IDs are not ready, what the minister is planning to do for institutions that will consider our IDs expired, including courts of law. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, every other day we increase the role of the ID. For students now, the new education policy introduced the recording of results for national examinations from the day a student joins senior secondary. And those results are recorded on somebody's NINI number. Where a student does not have a NINI number, the student is required to provide the NINI number of the parent. So it appears that the ID these days is more important, is required in so many areas than we had originally thought about. And I think it is high time we draw a proper distinction between the voters' ID and the national ID, because it doesn't mean that every citizen of Uganda is a voter. Yet every citizen of Uganda is qualified for national ID, including children. So we cannot page the issuance of a national ID to elections, because voters are voters. And you know, there was a colleague who was saying that we had told the people to boycott the registration. There is a difference between boycotting the registration of voters and then the registration of citizens for the purpose of the national ID. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we should draw a clear line between the two. Lastly, when one thing, Mr. Speaker.
On our numbers, you don't do it that way. You request without switching on the microphone. You know there are rules which I'm following here.
Much
honorable colleagues. I'm thinking about other colleagues because I have other statements. Just conclude there quickly, Honorable.
As I conclude, thank you,
as the Shadow
Speaker.
Minister.
As I conclude, last week we had an exercise in Mokono. It was a show of go back to school. And the Nile was registering people for IDs. Now, today we are talking about renewal. So what is the purpose of the continuous registration when there is a provision that every 10 years we shall be renewing? One of those exercises is redundant, and for me, the exercise of mass renewal of IDs is redundant, and it is high time this parliament thinks about withdrawing it, rethinking this exercise, Mr. Speaker. It is very expensive, and it introduces a responsibility that is so costly to the country, yet it is redundant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I think, Honourable Minister, you will need to clarify whether the biggest push is because you're introducing a totally new ID with integrated features and new systems, which can provide more services so that we bring everyone on board. Honourable Nachimuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that statement. Right Honourable Speaker, we have had illegal immigrants into the country, and there's an island next to Kalangala from Tanzania. They come into the country and they get IDs. Actually, they come during that time of IDs. I don't know who informs them, but they come to the country during issuance of IDs. They get our IDs and they purport to be Ugandans, and yet they steal property of people in Kalangala. They steal fishing nets. They even kill our people. Recently, there were 2 fishermen who were burnt. They wanted their fuel. They wanted their nets. They refused to give them the nets, and they burnt them. and one of them survived. He's the one who told the story. So we have this issue. I think you should take it up, especially when issuing national IDs. And also, Mr. Speaker, he talked about issuance of generators to especially hard-to-reach areas. Mr. Speaker, we have had an issue. We, the islanders, are told that government property does not cross the waters to go to further islands, because I hear there is insurance and all that. So I want you to confirm to us, are these generators going to cross to the deeper islands? Because I have 84 islands. There are islands in Buvuma, about 54. But government only looks at the main island where the district headquarters is. They put their property there. Mr. Speaker, for reference, we got an ambulance for Chamuswa constituency, but we asked for a ferry for this to be taken, and the ministers and the person we asked said, no, we have to inquire from the minister to see if government property can go there, but the ministry said it is supposed to go to Chamuswa constituency. I am wondering, because people in Chamuswa also pay taxes, they need to get the services.
Thank you.
So are these generators also going to go to the islands, or they need insurance to stay at the main island? Thank you.
Now, this is very close to the one from Honorable Here Lokwang. The ick in those mountains, 40 kilometers moving to get a national ID. What we are going to put. I had allowed Honorable Rusakero, and I'll do Honorable Aaron Mayanja.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
I'll first speak opposition, then I come to independent.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice in thanking the Minister for the statement. I have about 3 issues. One of them is, I don't know whether this mass registration is going to take care of the use of a centralized data. In other countries, this data that is got is used once, it's actually got once. When I go to passport, it's the same data that I will use. When I go to, for driving permit, to get a driving permit, it's the same data. But then when I want a passport, they will ask me fresh information. And yet, I already have a lot of information with NIRA. So I don't know whether this is going to take care of this, so that we have a centralized data that can be used actually across board. And secondly, this would actually help us a lot with our revenue collection. In other developed countries, these NINs that we have actually summarizes you as an individual or as a citizen. Because if you fail to pay tax, it will detect that Akela Lucy has failed to pay tax. When I go to renew my passport, or I go to renew my permit, it will show that I have not paid my tax, and I will not be given, that document. Secondly, it is about the issue that Honorable Achan raised, but I'm going to bring it from another angle. Right Honorable Speaker, in the last registration, we had very interesting scenarios where the machine would actually read a human being as a gorilla, because they would fail to, or a chimpanzee, because they would fail to get the features of the, they would fail to, the machines fail to detect the features of the thumb. Actually, I have an ID which says cannot sign, that I cannot sign. I have it, simply because the machine failed to acknowledge and read my signature. So it just said unable to sign. So are we taking care of these things? And then, of course, Honorable Lukwang talked about the quality. I think the new ones, really, we must work on the quality, the picture quality, and everything in it. Otherwise, thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you. Honorable Mayanja, Honorable Chirumira.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. My concern, in Nakaseke, have hundreds of people. They fail to get national IDs, not because they don't want, but these biometric machines failed to read their fingerprints. Specifically, people who are in constructions, cement destroys their fingerprints. Women who are in salons, cosmetics, they destroy their fingerprints. There are many in Nakaseke. They can't access banking services. They can't access government services, hospital services. They are really, really suffering. So, Minister, you need to be specific on this. How are you going to cater for these people? Secondly, my national ID is expiring 2030. So I also need to renew my ID because most people, they have their IDs expiring 2030, 2029. So this must registration, does it also, those people, they have to go for it? And thirdly, which is the last, after collecting people's data, the massive registration is done, you are going to take for how long? How many days? How many weeks? How many months? These people to acquire their renewed national IDs. Thank you.
Thank you. And that addresses, I think, the issue which Honorable Semuja had shared with me earlier on. Because if you issued me, like the IDs you're issuing now, when are they expiring? Are we going to have an instrument saying all IDs have expired, therefore you must, or you will give us a transition period to say within this period you should have renewed your ID because the ID with the new futures is going to be the one used with effect from this day. Okay? Honorable Chirumira, Honorable Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And my concern relates to your guidance because according to the international best practice, IDs are supposed to be for life. If you go around the East African region, Rwanda and Kenya, they have aligned their system to that. Botswana and southern part of Africa, they are also using the same ID system that do not expire. My biggest concern, Right Honorable Speaker, is on the East African region. We are agitating for continuous integration within the region, and these people are allowing Ugandans to access their territories on the basis of their ID. Now, my biggest worry is that at a certain time T, they may start arguing that now you are coming to Rwanda with an ID that is expiring in 2 months. And potentially, that particular Ugandan may be stateless in another country. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer, especially to the Minister, is to align our ID system to international best practice, such that Ugandans have IDs that do not expire, because there's so many justifications as to why non-expiry IDs are preferred to those that are expiring. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is about the migrants that come in from, for example, I have Katosi landing sites and Pata landing sites. So we have migrants who come in from Tanzania, from Rwanda. You know, islands are a collection of a mixture of cultures. So those that come in collaborate with LC chairpersons, probably even bribe them, then acquire their national IDs. So my question to the Minister is, how are we going to check and scrutinize these people who come in that qualify or don't qualify to acquire our national IDs? Thank you.
Thank you.
Then after Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me start with a correction from Honorable Kavula's submission. We don't have Rwandese nationals here. We have Banyarwanda recognized in the Constitution. And I agree with you, these people are in our Constitution, but they find a lot of problem to get passports here. If we don't want to recognize Banyarwanda anymore, we could scrap them off our constitution. My mother is a Mnyarwanda, and my whole of my maternal relatives are Banyarwanda, and many of them have not even traveled to Rwanda in their lifetime. But getting a passport, and they have a generation, like four lines of generation. But getting a passport here is close to hell. But having said that, I want to thank Honorable Nalima for the question and the Minister for a fairly elaborate report. I want to submit on behalf of my second constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent Butambala, but also represent the people that veil in this parliament. In 2022, that put on headscarves. In 2022, I presented a question to the Minister and the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister ably answered, and rightly so, that Muslims had a right to put on veils and get official documents in accordance to the prescription she gave. I tested the system, and I want to thank the Minister that my daughter was able to get a passport with a veil on. For that, I credit your office. But later on, another daughter went to get a national ID with a headscarf on. She was declined, the application was declined. And when I put them to task and told them I had a national ID with my headscarf on, they said that was then. Can I know, Honorable Minister, whether we Muslims shall be given the right to practice our deen and come have national IDs with our headscarves on? And also, may I request you, sir, that your office formally gazettes, can I request that someone doesn't disturb the minister when I'm speaking, that your office formally gazettes what is expected of a woman, a Muslim woman, to put on, because my daughter was successful because we over-insisted, but many Muslim women are pushed out when they go to get passports while putting on headscarves. Finally, is it true that the coming of national IDs made passports less of official documents? Because when we go to police with any matter, even reporting loss of a SIM card, they decline to receive passports and they insist on getting national IDs. Can we know from you whether coming into force of national IDs made passports less official documents for any official communication, like reporting of loss of documents and even in banks? Thank you so much.
Honorable Namuga Goreti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I'm also the former Minister for Science, Innovation and Communications Technology. I was only reminding colleagues.
Today we are dealing with the current
and
ones.
ICT.
The former one.
ICT is one of the areas that has been cited, and my experience serves a lot, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, when I saw the Minister very excited when he was submitting that he was given money under supplementary, for me, I got very worried, Right Honorable Speaker. We have instances where we have suppliers who haven't been paid, yet their money was declared under supplementary. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I request the Minister not to commit service providers under instances where you don't have money. We have domestic areas of over 10 trillion. Ugandans are suffering. They gave services to government and they've not been paid for the last 6 years. So, Honorable Minister, don't get excited over supplementary. We pass supplementary budgets without money, without clear sources of revenue. So, I caution you as a former minister not to commit government under circumstances where you don't have money. Right Honorable Speaker,
Point of order. Point of order.
Right Honorable Speaker, I did not intend to really interrupt my sister, the Honorable Goreti, but she has put it on record twice that she is a former minister. Ministers in the case of Uganda are appointed by His Excellency the President and approved by Parliament. And I have never seen the name of the Honorable Goreti. Is she really in order to indicate twice that she is a former Minister of Science and Technology, and yet we know the Minister of Science and Technology is the Honorable Dr. Musonero. Is she in order?
Thank you. No, Honorable colleague, I think we can just add on to say in the shadow cabinet. Okay? But for good news, Honorable Minister, the warnings are very serious because she's the vice chairperson, Park Central. So you will appear before her. and I'm sure she will say, I warned you, and you didn't listen. No, but...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. But I thought my colleague knew the fact that I'm this side, it automatically shows that I'm in the shadow. But point noted. Right Honourable Speaker, the other issue is about delayed procurement processes. We are very lucky that the new law, the procurement regulations and the act, at least it's a new law that has stipulated processes by reducing those timelines and the procurement cycle. Honourable Minister, I request that because the law was effective 5th February, I request that these are taken into consideration such that we avoid all those delays that were arising out of delays in the procurement process. Right Honourable Speaker, there are so many agencies that have failed to utilize their budgets because of delays in these processes. So I encourage you, Honourable Minister, to ensure that we mitigate any further delays that lead to inefficiency and ineffectiveness in provision of government services. Lastly, Right Honourable Speaker, this issue of how I wish we can adopt Honourable Namboze's idea of dropping this project of renewing IDs. It is very costly to this government, and in line that you are even looking forward to merging agencies and looking forward to saving 1 trillion, this 300 billion could be a saving to government to invest in more productive areas than this one. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
But Honourable colleagues, to me, I'm looking forward to an ID which I will come with, and I swipe at the airport. I go through without even, I'm looking more to an integrated ID. An ID that can take me anywhere, that has all features, you know. I hope that's what they want to give us. Honorable Chiboga.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my people from Chiboga, especially the Banyarwanda tribe, are denied passports. The rest of us use our IDs to process passports. I don't know when it comes to this tribe, why they are segregated. And at the point at which they are segregated is even after they have paid money. So I don't know, will their IDs be renewed this time around? Because they are worried that probably if they cannot proceed with their IDs to process passports, it is a challenge. And Right Honourable Speaker, we also need to strengthen the photocopies of the IDs. It is really very dangerous to move with the original everywhere. I don't know how the photocopies can in some way be recognized to process certain things. It is dangerous, and that is why replacements are many and very tedious, and it is really a challenge to our people, especially elderly and people with disability. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you,
Right Honourable Speaker.
Dochi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the report. Mr. Speaker, we must also appreciate our staff who work in the different NIRA offices across the country, that they are battling with outdated machines, but they try their best to make sure that our citizens get the national IDs. Now, I want to have assurance from the Minister, the fact that we all agree that the current machines that we have are dilapidated. But he also informs us that currently they are being tested, data are being tested using the old machines, but procurement has been set on motion to bring in new ICT materials and equipment. What assurance can we have from the Minister that once these new machines come, we won't have problem transferring the data from the old to the new, given that we have even the time constraint before us. Finally, I believe the 10-year expiry period start counting from the day you get your national ID, okay? But now you are bringing in new national IDs with new features. Will it now operate the way we did with the passports? When we introduce the machine-readable passport, as it gets expired, that is when you receive the new IDs with the new features. We need that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sasaga.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is about the citizens who voluntarily don't go and they enroll for the national identity cards. We do deal with the students, and the biggest challenge they get for them to be admitted in a public institution, or they go for the student loan scheme, their parents must be enrolled and they have the numbers. Now we have some religious sects which even the parents don't go and register for national identity cards. They even prevail over their children to the extent of what to disown them from homes if they make an attempt of registering for the national identity cards, because they claim those IDs have a number and they don't believe in the numbers. I'm looking at in the provision, for example, of the ministry and the minister has, for such type of parents who are denying giving their children the right and themselves are not registering for national identity cards, what should we do with them? Some of them have attempted to use those of relatives as they are sitting Form 6, as they are joining the universities, but in the process of verification, the committee goes and discovers actually the numbers used are not for their biological what? Parents. And some of them are eliminated or discontinued from some of those schemes. What shall we do? Or what is the ministry proposing for such type of Ugandans? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Macho.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Point of procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our rules of procedure, Rule 52.2, requires if the minister, in this case, presents a statement, the debate should not take more than 1 hour. But, Honorable Speaker, this debate has taken close an hour, almost an hour. Are we proceeding right, Honorable Speaker? If the debate has taken an hour.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, the point raised by a honorable member is instructive in our rules. Shall. And I had not taken notes. I had just wanted to pick nearly all of you and give you a chance to speak. I found that indeed we've gone 1 hour, 27 minutes from the time. Next item.
Item 4.3, statement on the commemoration of Archbishop Luwum Day.
Honourable Minister, take note of these issues, the issues which have been raised. These are issues you're going to handle with the committee, the chair of the committee, as we are processing.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You know, I become generous. This is the second time it is happening. When I see, read 52.2, it's very instructive. Yes, Honourable Numbers.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, you are the custodian of the rules of this House. And Right Honorable Speaker, we believe and trust that you are a person of good judgment and fairness. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable MPs, you have given us time and they have raised a number of issues. Some of them demanding immediate answers, not for ourselves, but for Ugandans outside there. Right Honorable Speaker, the fact of the matter is that this House would have debated the issue of IDs yesterday. It is only that you were so kind to allow a matter of national importance to be raised by Honorable Narima, that the minister came up with this important matter. Wouldn't it be procedurally okay, Right Honorable Speaker, if you would exercise your powers and magnanimity, that you will allow the minister to give, in a brief, some answers to the burning questions that have been raised by members. Right Honorable Speaker, I do so pray.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I totally agree with you, because these are very, very critical. These are very, very critical issues. But the minister's responses are part of the debate. That's the only problem we have. Now, in such a matter where it is very clearly stated, even me as a presiding officer, okay, even me as a presiding officer, I'm stuck. Now, that's why I keep quiet over a matter until if a member raises it, then my hands are tied. Okay? My hands are tied. So in this, but I think we can agree as a House, we use 5 minutes for the minister to respond to but though, we give him another time, the minister goes back, you respond to these issues in writing, I give you space, okay? Honourable Minister, you think it will take you how long?
Right Honourable Speaker, even in a day I can put down the responses because I captured them and then present them.
So we can do it tomorrow?
Obliged, Right Honourable Speaker and members.
Yeah. So then tomorrow I will, once I list it as a substantive item and he brings answers, then I will it's a new statement, I can allow more members. And I will start with independents, okay? And the leader of opposition. Tomorrow, independents, leader of opposition, chair of the committee. I had wanted him to make a comment on this, okay? These are your rules, honorable colleagues. So when they come in, I have no way out. Next item, we had already called it, Minister for the Presidency. It will be among the first items tomorrow, honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. This is the statement on the 47th commemoration of St. Janani Luwum Day, due for 16th February 2024. On Friday 16th February 2024, Uganda will celebrate the 47th commemoration of St. Janani Luwum Day. The day has been commemorated annually since 2015, when His Excellency the President announced that 16th February would be designated as St. Janani Luwum Day, in honor of the second Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, and Boga Zaire, who was brutally murdered by the military government in 1977. The day was subsequently declared a public holiday and is commemorated annually at the late Archbishop Luwum's burial site at Wigweng Village, Muchwini Parish in Kitgum District. The commemoration of St. Janani Luwum Day is organized annually by the Church of Uganda in collaboration with government ministries, departments, and agencies led by the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, the local organizing committee based in Kitgum, and the family of the late Archbishop Luwum. The commemoration falls under my mandate as Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity, who has delegated me to read this statement on our behalf. This is because the Directorate for Ethics and Integrity has the mandate of coordinating and monitoring religious activities and operations in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the day when Archbishop Luwum was brutally murdered is commemorated annually because his devotion and martyrdom was specially recognized by the Church of England, which is the mother church of the Anglican Communion. He was given a special place in the history of the Anglican Communion as one of the 10 martyrs of the 20th century. The annual commemoration is to honor, celebrate, and provide thanksgiving for the life, testimony, martyrdom, and example of St. Luwum as an outstanding leader, a great martyr, and a compelling role model for the world. Regardless of faith and background, his martyrdom provides a powerful message of forgiveness and reconciliation among all believers in God. This is a national day involving all stakeholders, including believers from all denominations, government, diplomatic corps, civil society, the media, the private sector, and international community. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 13th April 2022, a team led by the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda met with HE the President together with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and discussed the development of Muchwini into an international pilgrimage and tourist site. His Excellency guided that the master plan should include a modern sports stadium which can generate income for the church for sustaining and maintenance of the site. I am glad to report that as a first step towards the development, the Luwum family officially donated the land on which the late Archbishop was buried at Wigweng, Muchwini, to the Diocese of Kitgum, Church of Uganda. We applaud the Luwum family for this act of selflessness and nationalism. A certificate of title in the name of Diocese of Kitgum is being processed, and after it is issued, it will be submitted together with the bills of quantities for the master plan to the Ministry of Works and Transport for approval. It is only after the requisite approval is obtained that a submission can be made to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to finance the capital development. Right Honorable Speaker, the theme of this 47th commemoration is confirming to the truth of God's word, not the patterns of the world. It is taken from the book of Romans, chapter 12, verses 1 and 2. There is a pattern of habits that are currently invading society, and that the Church of Christ, which is attracting many people, especially the youth, this theme is intended to draw people to God, other than following worldly trends. In the midst of the many challenges that we face, there is need for unity and to stick to the truth, which is the Word of God. The main commemoration event will be a church service. It will be a church service at the late Archbishop Luwum burial ground at Wigweng, Muchwini in Kitgum district, followed by speeches. The chief guest is expected to be His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. The main celebrant will be the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugalo. Preparations for liturgy are being led by the dioceses of Madi and West Nile. The outcomes of the previous commemoration of St. Janani Luwum Day are increased enthusiasm of Ugandans to participate in the commemoration event. Pilgrims trek from all the nearby districts as well as from Kampala to Muswini and spend several days in singing, prayer and communion. The event has fostered reconciliation and unity. This year, a group of 4 foot pilgrims led by Tokwin Thomas Musolin walked from Kampala to Muswini. They started their foot pilgrimage at the Church of Uganda Provincial Office at Namirembe Hill on Wednesday, 31st January, and arrived in Gulu a week later on Wednesday, 7th February 2024. In Gulu, they met up with the second group of 300 pilgrims who were led by Mr. Apollo Ola. The whole team was flagged up by the Bishop of the Diocese of Northern Uganda. The whole team, was flagged up by the Bishop of the Diocese of Northern Uganda, the Right Reverend Godfrey Luwum, on Friday, 9th February 2024, and are marching together in unity and fellowship. They are expected to reach Muswini on the 15th February 2024 on the eve of the commemoration. The expected outcome of the commemoration is increased commitment by Ugandans in adhering to the truth, which is the word of God, other than being influenced by materialism. There is also expected increased unity so that Ugandans can work together with a common aim for development. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to invite you, the honorable members of this House, to the 47th commemoration of St. Janani Luwum Day at Wigweng, Muswini in Kitgum District, Friday 16th February 2024, starting at 9 a.m. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. This is an information paper, so I will not allow debate on it. I just encourage all of you, honorable colleagues, to go and attend. Next item.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons.
Honorable Chair, the Chair Committee told me that the Honorable Youth Member, Honorable Court Boniface, will represent the team.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I delve into the report, I beg to lay on table the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleague, you have 10 minutes
Yes.
to go through, just do summary, then the whole report will be captured on the Hansard.
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker. I also beg to lay minutes of various meetings on the subject matter. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, straight to the introduction. On the 26th of October 2021, Honorable Martin Ojara Mapenduzi, Member of Parliament for Gulu City, Baadege Division, moved a motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. The motion was referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for scrutiny and report back within 45 days as required by the rules of procedure of Parliament. The committee could not complete its report within the stipulated time because it lacked substantive input of the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs, under which the subject matter of the treaty falls. However, the minister appeared before the committee on the 11th of November 2021 and informed the committee that, number one, the motion seeks to urge government, hence the executive, to sign and ratify the treaty. In performance of such a duty, the executive is advised by one of its organs, which is the National Security Council, which advises on matters of national security. And two, the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs operates in a framework which requires that matters relating to national security are discussed by the High Command and the Defense Forces Council before taking a stand as provided by Sections 3 of the National Security Council Act and Sections 14 and 15 of the Uganda People's Defense Forces or UPDF Act. Right Honorable Speaker, you will recall that upon the expiry of the 45 days, the committee requested for extra time in accordance with Rule 218(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, and you granted the request. Thereafter, the committee made several attempts to get a position from the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs before presenting this report to the August House, but attempts have been in vain. Copies of the correspondences are hereby attached. Following the engagements with, which the committee held with several other stakeholders, the committee now presents its reports as follows. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll skip.
Just procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Minister of Defense is not here. Are we moving? Oh, my apologies.
Just Honorable Enos, are you here? If I may just ask.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll skip item 2, which is on the mandate of the committee. I will also skip the methodology, and then I'll share with the House the motion, which is on page 3. It should be recalled that the treaty was adopted by the United Nations on the 7th July 2017, opened for signature on the 20th September 2017, and it entered into force on the 22nd January 2021. The mover of the motion stated that, number one, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was the first legally binding international agreement to comprehensively prohibit nuclear weapons. Number two, that Uganda actively participated in the negotiations leading to the formulation of the treaty and was among the 122 states that approved the idea to prohibit and eliminate nuclear weapons. Number three, that the delay by Uganda to sign and ratify the treaty diminishes Uganda's standing on the international stage, where Uganda is recognized as a model country in handling matters of international concern.
Honorable, go to observations and recommendations. You can't go.
Okay, right, Honorable.
This motion was presented to the House. You know, we went through it, so.
I'll go to page 5, which is on findings and observation of the treaty. Right Honorable Speaker, while the committee is mandated to cover bilateral, multilateral, and intergovernmental relations, its role with regard to examination of the said treaties, protocols, and international agreements is limited because the role of Parliament is restricted to agreements that are signed, concluded, and laid on table as required by law. 6.2, whereas on ratifications of treaties, whereas the motion seeks for a resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the treaty, the committee observes as follows. Number one, the duty to make treaties, conventions, agreements, or other arrangements between Uganda and any other country, or between Uganda and any international organization or body in respect of any matter lies within the mandate of the President, or a person authorized by the President, as provided by Article 123 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. 2, the duty to ratify this particular treaty lies within the mandate of Parliament as provided by Section 2 of the Ratification of Treaties Act. And 3, although the Ratification of Treaties Act provides that Parliament shall ratify treaties relating to armistice, neutrality or peace, or in the case of a treaty in respect of which the Attorney General has certified in writing that its implementation in Uganda would require an amendment of the Constitution, the treaty, though related to armistice, has never been signed by government. And 4, government's role in ratification of the treaty, which has not yet been signed by the executive, would tantamount to exercising powers that are preserved of the executive. In this regard, later on in this report, the committee will make appropriate recommendations to the executive to examine the treaty and determine whether to sign the treaty.
9.0?
9.0?
Yeah. Because I read your report, and in the report you're clearly stating that we don't have the power. So why should we, you know?
Okay.
I want us to go directly to the issues. Where we don't have power, we don't have time to waste.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 9.0, committee's recommendations. Signing and ratification of the treaty. While the mover of the motion urges government to sign and ratify the treaty, and considering that government can only sign an international agreement, treaty, or convention after careful study of the same, and is satisfied that the signature and ratification is of relevance to Uganda, as indicated by the Attorney General, the committee recommends that the executive should understudy the matter and make appropriate decision in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. That notwithstanding, following a comprehensive study of the subject matter, the committee makes the following additional recommendations, which is on the last page. Recommendation number 1 is amendment of the Atomic Energy Act 2008. This act should be amended to provide for nuclear safety, security, safeguards, and liability. 9.2, the government of Uganda should also interest itself in the following conventions and treaties which are critical for safe nuclear power development. The list is there. 9.3, the capacity of the Atomic Energy Council of Uganda should be built and enhanced to ensure compliance with legal and regulatory requirements. 9.4, border control measures. The Ministry of Internal Affairs should strengthen cross-border cooperation and coordination to ensure adequate border control measures so as to avoid infiltration of illegal arms, which may include nuclear weapons. And finally, to secure health nuclear materials. Uganda, guided by experts in security matters, decided to vote in favor of adoption of the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. Therefore, Uganda should ensure that nuclear material in health practices is secured so that it does not end up in wrong hands that could use it for non-peaceful applications. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this report be adopted.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Now, the only thing I'm seeing in this report, Honorable Minister of Defense, when a committee of Parliament requests your submission on the matter, please comply, cooperate. This is such a report is really bad for the committee or for you, because if correspondences are available, but there was no response at all, you know. Honorable Minister, I wanted to comment on that.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, we were invited to the committee, and I personally attended the committee, and I informed them on this procedure, which has ably presented to Parliament, that we have to consider this in the High Command and then in the Army Council, which has not been considered. So I continued to engage the Commander-in-Chief about this, and he wrote to me. He replied on my requests, and I gave copies to the chair of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, I couldn't go beyond what I cannot go beyond, too. So but all the same, Right Honorable Speaker and the Honorable members, this is of course a sensitive matter, and I think in the wisdom of the President and in his own writing, he said, look at the environment. And he indeed wanted us to look more seriously on the matter, because all of these big brothers didn't sign did not sign this treaty. All of them, including all of those who hold nuclear weapons. So some of us who are not part of that, right, Honorable, we need to look at it more closely so that we don't just rush to...
Honorable, I don't want to go into that.
But I don't want to go into the details. Thank you very much.
I just want to urge you that next time, when the committee reaches out to you, you come in time, because they said they even delayed because of you. At last you appeared, but they did because of you. Honorable colleagues, I don't want... This is a matter which the committee has stipulated properly. Let us leave the executive to do their work. It's within their mandate. I want to put the question that the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons be adopted. Those in favor say to the contrary. The ayes have it. Next item.
Item 6. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the inquiry into the operations of the Uganda Police Force Exodus SACCO.
Honorable Chair.
Sorry, Right Honorable Chair, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your pardon, and Honorable colleagues. I beg to lay the minutes of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs that sat and did perform an inquiry on the operations of the Uganda Police Force Exodus SACCO. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, this report, like many other parliamentary reports, is of much significance to our forces, to our people, to our police, to all of us. I am going to go ahead. I'll skip some matters because the report is heavy, but I make sure pertinent observations and recommendations are captured. I will need your guidance.
Sure, Honorable.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a report, on record, it's a report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the inquiry into the operations of the Uganda Police Force Exodus SACCO. Right Honorable Speaker, during the plenary proceedings of Wednesday 1st February 2023, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker directed the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs to inquire into the operations of Uganda Police Force Exodus SACCO, following the Minister of Internal Affairs statement on the involuntary deductions of the police officers' salaries as contributions to their savings with the SACCO. The committee indeed inquired into the operations of the SACCO and now reports. The background to that is well captured. The documents that we looked at are several. Problem statement, I beg to move. The methodology, we had the terms of reference. Let me state this, because these are important. They form the basis for our inquiry. The terms of reference 4.1, general reference. The committee was tasked to inquire into the operations of the Exodus SACCO and report back. 4.2, specific references. The committee considered the task assigned to it and came up with following objectives. 1, to ascertain the governance and management of the Uganda Police Exodus SACCO. 2, to establish whether the Uganda Police Exodus SACCO complies with the regulatory requirements. 3, to establish the policy on the savings, withdrawals, and loan management of Uganda Police Exodus SACCO. 4, to establish whether there are unclaimed savings of the deceased members of Uganda Police Exodus SACCO and the policy in managing such assets. 5, to inquire into any other matters incidental thereto and make appropriate recommendations. Methodology: the committee met all the relevant ministries and agencies, including internal affairs, leadership of police, leadership of the boards of Exodus previous and current, the lower rank cadres in Uganda Police, the Auditor General, the Registrar of Cooperatives, the Honorable Geoffrey Macho, MP for Busia Municipality, looked at the relevant documents. The challenges are there. Right Honorable Speaker, Part 7, findings and observations and recommendations. It is critical, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, to note that under Article 2 of the bylaws of the Exodus SACCO, the objects of the SACCO include providing its members with savings and related services at competitive rates of interest and minimizing financial risk on such savings, providing loans and any other necessary legally authorized and economically feasible financial services demanded by its members. In the exercise of its mandate, the SACCO is guided by a management structure that influences its operations and processes. The committee set out to inquire into the operations of the Exodus SACCO under the following terms. I have already enumerated that. But these are important matters, Right Honorable Speaker. To ascertain the governance and management of the Uganda Police Exodus SACCO, one needs to look at the governance and management structure of the SACCO. The observations of the committee are to the effect that the governance, management, and operations of the Exodus SACCO are guided by the legal regime for cooperatives, including the Cooperative Societies Act, Cap 112, as amended, Tier 4 Microfinance Institutions and Moneylenders Act 2016, the Cooperative Societies Regulations, and the Exodus SACCO bylaws. The committee established that Article 15 of the bylaws, herein referred by bylaws, provide for savings and credit cooperative structure. The business is run by the general meeting, referred to as the annual general meeting, the committee, supervisory committee, the manager. The general meeting derives its powers from the regulations, Regulation 20 of the Cooperative Societies Regulations and Article 16 of the Exodus SACCO bylaws. Under 16, I can continue, Right Honorable Speaker, but much of the observations accrue from what is stated in here. So I beg your guidance whether I read word per word or I go to observations.
Oh no, we just got observations. What we were focusing on the deductions. Okay, that was the major issue.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, observations on the mandate and governance. The committee observes that the failure to distinguish the affairs of Exodus SACCO from those of UPF in the years of inception was a recipe for mismanagement, considering that the SACCO was not yet formally registered and had no bylaws in place to govern operations. Inevitably, the SACCO board, the interim committee then, during the inception phase, yielded to the whims of the police council during the decision-making processes. This interference and failure to delineate the affairs of the Exodus SACCO from those of Uganda Police Force top management raised concerns on potential boundary violations despite the two entities being distinct. The lack of feedback creates an uninformed membership regarding the AGM resolutions and in the process fails to meet the members' aspirations and expectations completely. We recommend, the committee recommends, therefore, that 1, the police leadership should desist from meddling in the affairs of the SACCO to allow for the independent control of the SACCO affairs by the board and management as prescribed by the SACCO bylaws. 2, the SACCO management should develop effective mechanisms of communicating to the membership about the annual general meeting resolutions and developments in the SACCO. Given that the police force is composed of officers, most of whom have not acquired advanced level of education. As such, the SACCO should regularly inform its membership about their cooperative values, responsibilities, and allow easy access to various reports available. 3, election of leadership of the SACCO should adhere to the democratic principles enshrined in the section 16 of the Cooperative Societies Act Cap 112. We also talk about membership of the SACCO. We talk about the observations and the recommendation here about membership are 1, the committee therefore recommends that the registrar of cooperative societies proceeds over the Exodus SACCO under section 2.2 of the Cooperative Societies Act to compel the board and management of the Exodus SACCO to audit and compile an updated, comprehensive, and reliable membership register. 2, every member who has joined should be issued with a certificate of membership of savings and shares. 3, membership should remain voluntary. Thank you. On terms of reference, TOR 2, to establish whether Uganda Police Exodus complies with the regulatory requirements, we recommend that the committee therefore recommends that the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Bank of Uganda, and Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should review Section 1110 of the Tier 4 Microfinance Money Lenders Act 2016 with the view of tailoring regulatory requirement to facilitate the growth of SACCOs as opposed to strict regulations that would create distortions and tilt membership subscriptions in cooperative societies such as Exodus SACCO. Here we mean the law, when it was made, the SACCOs still had small amount of membership. In fact, the threshold was put at 1.6 billion. But all these SACCOs in the country are beyond 10 billion. So the law needs to be amended accordingly. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we also recommend that going forward, the management of the Exodus SACCO should adhere to the audit provisions under Section 22A of the Cooperative Societies Act as amended, and under exceptional circumstances, with the approval of the registrar, can the SACCO employ the services of an auditor for more than 3 consecutive years. This is brought about, Honorable Speaker, by the fact that the committee found that the board was employing an auditor year in, year out, and every time this auditor came in, would reconstitute the books. This is an anomaly, and thus the recommendation. Recommendation number 2, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants should strengthen its supervisory role on the practitioners such as allied certified public accountants to ensure compliance with professional standards, including relevant ethical requirements and practices. On TOR number 3, where we're required to establish the policy on savings, withdrawals, and loan management of Uganda Police Exodus SACCO whether it exists. We have observations, and we recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, on page, no, but first observations on page 22, we observed that at the inception of the SACCO, as reported above, the unchecked role of DPCs outside Kampala in transmitting the membership returns, i.e. field membership forms, application fees, and cash contributions to the SACCO headquarters in Kampala was a severe risk. The SACCO had no system to effect deductions from source. This created the record gaps, given the inadequate verification of the authenticity of the receipts that were issued and given back to the officers who had expressed interest of joining the SACCO. Aware of the authoritative nature of the leadership of police, a junior officer could not question their superior's integrity regarding the authenticity of the issued receipts. These circumstances were recipes for DPCs to commit fraud in the transmission chain. The committee opines that this significantly contributed to the SACCO's members' inconsistent records and account ledgers. Also, due to the inadequate verification of the process of membership contributions and insufficient records from inception, the SACCO management, by extension, could not comprehensively update the members' register. As a result of this lapse, each member's percentage shareholding and savings could not reliably established. We recommend, Right Honourable Speaker, that the Registrar of Cooperative Societies proceeds over the Exodus SACCO under Section 2.2 of the Cooperatives Act and immediately institutes a membership audit of the society. Effectively, the mandatory deductions on the officers' salaries and contributions for members' savings should stop until a comprehensive membership register is complied, on condition that only willing members are registered. The stoppage of deductions should only apply to savings and not loan repayment. All members with outstanding loan obligations should continue to pay the SACCO. Recommendation number 2, Right Honourable Speaker, we recommend that all deductions that were and are made in form of retirement benefits contrary to Pensions Act Cap 286, 1946, should be refunded with interests to the affected personnel, because it would totally be illegal. On our terms of reference number 4, were made to establish whether there are unclaimed savings of the deceased members of Uganda Police Exodus SACCO and the policy for managing such assets. Went through that, and these are our recommendations. But first of all, we found out that in that table, table 4, the summary of the deceased members of the Exodus SACCO, we found that total number of deceased members were 234, unclaimed accounts were 228, claimed accounts were 228, and unclaimed accounts were 6. We recommend, therefore, that the Exodus SACCO should develop a policy on claiming the savings of the departed members. On term of reference number 5, the committee was set to inquire into other matters incidental thereto and make appropriate recommendations. These included handover reports and their impact on the operations of the SACCO, and the accounts thereto and documents, of course, as contained. Our observation is that the committee observed that SACCO's financials are not being managed in adherence to sound accounting principles and standards. The mistrust of the various boards, as manifested in the recurrent audits, coupled with allegations of fraud and accusations of mismanagement over the years, has significantly affected the operations of the SACCO as a going concern. It is in the committee's considered opinion that the inconsistencies in the data compilation is the major cause of discrepancies and unreliable financial positions, with which has significantly affected members' savings. We therefore recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Registrar of Cooperatives, again, cooperative societies, proceeds over the Exodus SACCO under Section 2.2 of the Cooperative Societies Act and immediately stops mandatory deductions on officers' salaries and contributions for members' savings until a comprehensive membership register is compiled on the condition that only willing members are registered. However, the stopped deductions should only apply to savings and not loans. All members with outstanding loan obligations should continue to pay the SACCO. Recommendation number 2 on that, the SACCO books of accounts should be managed in adherence with the professional accounting standards. On 7.52, we're looking at the viability of the SACCO to its members. The table has very good information. Table 4, I urge you, honorable colleagues, to read it, and we recommend it as follows. The committee reiterates that the Registrar of Cooperative Societies proceeds over the Exodus SACCO under Section 2.2 of the Cooperative Societies Act and immediately stops mandatory deductions on officers' salaries and contributions for member savings until a comprehensive membership register is compiled on condition that only willing members are registered. Again, this stoppage of deductions should only apply to savings and not loans. All members with outstanding loan obligations should continue to pay the SACCO. The deductions should be remitted with immediate effect to address the lead time. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the operations of the SACCO significantly evolve around finances and the welfare of its members. The report reveals poor finance management and inconsistent audits of the SACCO financials. The inconsistencies in the data compilation present gross discrepancies and unreliable financial positions, which has significantly affected members' savings. Additionally, because the SACCO is an independent private entity, the Auditor General has no legal basis for auditing the SACCO's books of accounts, given that it does not draw funds from the consolidated account. Therefore, the committee calls upon Parliament to direct the Office of the Registrar of Cooperatives and Bank of Uganda as the regulators to exercise their mandate to streamline the operations of the SACCO as required by law by instituting an independent audit on the Exodus SACCO. Effectively, the Minister of Trade was just entered. Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives should move the Registrar of Cooperatives to initiate this process. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report. There are appendices to this effect.
Ni tarehe 13 mwezi Februari mwaka 2024. Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, unakaribishwa katika taarifa hii ya habari. Tuwe sote hadi mwisho. Naitwa Bella Masangano. Katika habari ya kwanza, serikali nchini itashirikiana na serikali ya Sudan Kusini kuanisha biashara ya samaki kati ya nchi hizo mbili. Hatua hiyo inafuatia malalamiko ya waagizaji wa samaki wachanga nchini kupitia mpaka wa Elegu unaounganisha Uganda na Sudan Kusini. Waziri wa nchi wa uvuvi Helen Adoa amewafahamisha waandishi wa habari akiwa Kampala juu ya ongezeko la uvuvi haramu na kwamba hatua zahitajika haraka kuvikabili vitendo hivyo.
have any land. The only land they have is the lake. The only food they have is the fish. Whether it is a public holiday, whether it's Christmas, Easter, most of them cannot even afford to buy beef or meat. What they eat all their lives, they have grown up in that environment. They have taken their children to school using that fish. So because of the settled life of these poor communities, they felt this is their part. Unfortunately, of recent, you all know, as we're looking at fish being for the poor, it has now turned that the fish is actually for the rich. You find now the poor people around those communities go for beef. It even becomes cheaper to buy meat than buying fish. When you look at mukene or silverfish, it's now sold in many big supermarkets, not just here in Uganda, but generally even outside Uganda. It's a hot cake. It's a very nice food to eat, and the rich have gone for it. And it's a very simple food to cook for us who are women. You can go and work, come back, and find that within 10 minutes or 20, your food is on the table. Because when it's already fried, you just mix and eat. 2, fish has turned to be for commercial purposes. It has turned to be more of cash kind of product. Everyone is running to the lake to get fish and multiply, take it out, sell it within the domestic market, and you make millions of money. Within our neighbors, like Congo, you take the fish, you get millions of money. So because of that, everyone now is rushing for fish, and the noise around it is so high. That's why you see fisheries every day, even on the floor of Parliament, in the papers, everywhere. In the TVs, it's all about fisheries.
Waziri wa masuala ya Kampala na vitongoji vyake Hajat Minsa Kabanda amekutana na viongozi wa muungano wa waendeshaji wa daladala wa Mukono Taxi Operators wakiongozwa na makamu wa mwenyekiti wa NRM katika wilaya hiyo Haji Semakula. Waendeshaji hao wa daladala na wenzao wanaofaidika kwa namna moja ama nyingine kutokana na kazi za daladala wanamtaka Waziri Hajat Minsa Kabanda achunguze ni kwa nini hawajafaidika na mipango miwili ya serikali ya kuwakwamua kiuchumi, mmoja wa Emyoga na mwingine wa Parish Development Model, licha ya wao kujiandikisha kujiunga na mipango hiyo miwili. Kwa mujibu wa muungano huo, ni zaidi ya watu 400 waliojiandikisha kujiunga na mipango hiyo, na hakuna aliyefaidika hata kwa mikopo ya kujiendeleza. Katika mkutano huo mpya ambao mwanzoni kabisa waandishi wa habari walikataliwa kuingia, mwenyekiti mpya wa muungano huo Senderi Emmanuel alimweleza Waziri Kabanda kwamba wanachama wao kwenye muungano huo hawajafaidika sio tu na mipango ya Emyoga na PDM pekee, bali pia na mipango mingine ya serikali ya kuwakwamua kiuchumi. Bwana Senderi amemwomba waziri huyo kuwawekea ofisi ili ichunguze kashfa zinazozunguka mipango ya serikali ya kuwatoa watu katika hali ya umaskini, kwa kuwa hata watu wengine wa wilaya ya Mukono wasio kwenye muungano wa waendeshaji wa daladala hawajafaidika na mipango hiyo. Akiwajibu, Waziri Hajat Minsa Kabanda amewataka kuvuta subira na kuwa wamoja, kwa kuwa umoja huo utachangia ushindi wa NRM wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu ujao, na vile vile akawaahidi kwamba atahakikisha wanashirikishwa kwenye mipango hiyo moja kwa moja. Amewaahidi pia kuchunguza kuhusu maendeleo ya mipango yote ya serikali na mali za serikali katika wilaya ya Mukono. Kwenye mkutano huo huo alitambulishiwa mmoja kati ya viongozi wa chama cha NUP ambaye ameamua kushirikiana na serikali kukidhi mahitaji ya watu anaowaongoza.
Tusobola otambuza emirimu gy'enyali era sofa wenjogerera yakulembera ttiimu mu Mukono okulabika nti akyusa abalala abo abaali balowooza nti NRM sintuufu. Era minisita tuli mu maaso go nga tukusaba twagala osimbe amakanda mu Mukono osobole otuyambako ku nsonga ya PDM, ensonga ya myoga, ssente bazituweereza nezituuka ku za accounts ne zisatambula bulungi ne tulinda ne batuzunza abantu ne benyiwa enteekateeka za gavumenti.
So we request the minister to help us to put here your main office to help us as the taxi drivers in Mukono municipality.
You've told me to come up with an office. I'm going to arrange for an office. Hajhan had already told me that you have an office in Mukono. I'm going to arrange for it and we start. And you inaugurate the office and start our works in Mukono. Soon, soon, soon. I'm also going to meet the RDC and she has to give me a report as how government programs have performed. Let me take to thank Haji Haruna as a coordinator for Mukono municipality. But you've talked about government programs like PTM, Miyoga, and other government programs, which you think we need to investigate and see how they've worked in Mukono. We are going to do the investigations and we are going to give report to relevant ministries.
Unaendelea kutizama taarifa hii na tunasonga mbele na taarifa zaidi. Hii ni UBC TV. Wananchi wengi nchini wamepiga hatua kubwa katika kujiunga na huduma mbalimbali za bima ikilinganishwa na miaka ya nyuma. Bima za afya, elimu, maisha, bidhaa na huduma ni miongoni mwa bima ambazo zimeombwa sana na wananchi wa maeneo ya mijini, na hiyo ni ishara kwamba huduma za bima zinaendelea kukua nchini kwa kati ya 19% hadi 22% mwaka uliopita. Na haya yamesemwa wakati wa sherehe ya tuzo kwa wadau na makampuni ya bima ambayo yamefanya kazi nzuri. Tuzo hizo zikiandaliwa na Jubilee Club Membership Annual Convention.
The insurance industry growth in Uganda has showed encouraging signs, according to key industry players. Despite penetration rate remaining low, mainly in upcountry areas, the growth rate of the industry has shown positive trends. Insurance growth has been ranging from 19 to 22% this financial year, while other companies are still doing better. However, the ground is still steady to be covered, and if players put in more effort, a lot can be achieved. The Jubilee Club Membership Annual Convention was held at Sheraton Hotel in Kampala.
And I must admit that the growth, what we had in the industry is reasonably good, and it is showing or indicating a 25% growth from last quarter to this quarter.
The event was an award ceremony for the winners in the categories of premium, platinum, diamond, gold, silver and bronze, who excelled in promoting insurance policies, as well as having many join the club.
19%, and for us that's our contribution to the industry, because over 80% of our business is retail. So the business that the agents are bringing is contributing to that 90% growth overall at the industry level.
The outstanding winners were best performing insurance agents and unit managers who received awards. The prizes that were won include trips abroad, cash prizes, among others.
Important for us to recognize agent, because post-COVID, not only post-COVID but earlier also, the life insurance, when it comes to selling life insurance, the person-to-person sale is more important. We might have heard of B2B sale, B2C sale, but when it comes to life insurance, it is mostly P2P sales, which is person
Tunaomba radhi kwani naona kulikuwa na mchanganyiko kidogo wa lugha, ambapo badala ya Kiswahili kidogo mashine zetu zilienda upande mwingine. Lakini tunaendelea na habari zaidi, ambapo ofisi ya DPP imetia saini hati ya maelewano na taasisi ya Civipol inayojikita katika masuala ya kupambana na vitendo vya usafirishaji haramu wa binadamu. Mbali na kushughulikia kesi zihusianazo na vitendo hivyo, utiaji saini huo utaongeza fursa kwa waathiriwa wa vitendo hivyo kushiriki katika upelelezi na vikao vya kortini na kesi za mahakamani. Na kulingana na ripoti ya idara ya serikali ya masuala hayo iliyotolewa mwezi uliopita, zaidi ya watu milioni 27 ni waathiriwa wa vitendo vya usafirishaji haramu wa binadamu, vikichochewa na hali ya umaskini, ukandamizaji, ukosefu wa fursa za kiuchumi na kijamii, miongoni mwa sababu zingine. Nyakati hizo, uendeshaji wa kesi kama hizo huwa ni gharama kubwa na ngumu kushughulikia. Mkuu wa ofisi ya DPP Jaji Jane Francis Abodo amearifu kwamba utiaji saini hati hiyo ya maelewano umefanyika kwa muda mwafaka, kwa kuwa itawapa mwongozo mzuri katika kuwakabili wahalifu wa vitendo hivyo, huku Marco Bufo, mratibu wa mpango huo, akionyesha matumaini kuwa hatua hiyo itazaa matunda. Huu ni mkataba wa pili wa aina yake kuwekewa saini na ofisi ya DPP katika kuboresha uendeshaji kesi za usafirishaji haramu wa binadamu. Wa kwanza ulitiwa saini pale ambapo ofisi ya DPP ilizindua taratibu za kufuatwa na waendesha mashtaka wanaoshughulikia kesi hizo.
This trafficking, it has various effects on different individuals. Some have long-lasting, others have. So you find that after they have testified, and we have to look after them like psychosocial support. It is not catered for in the system. The MOU is set to remain effective until April of 2025 for the SOP implementation and 12 months for victim support. The ODPP will lead coordination efforts, contribute to guideline development, and provide comprehensive support to victims through pre-trial, trial, and post-trial phases. The second one is the ODPP will also be the key participating agency for the specific activities aimed at supporting the implementation of the SOPs. Civipol support as they embark on funding the implementation of the MOU.
Civipol is one of the implementing partners of the PMN, is honored to humbly contribute to those efforts. So we hope that this experiment, if it will be successful, will also encourage the government, for example, to allocate proper funding in order to support on a regular basis trafficked persons.
Hivi sasa tupate mapumziko kutoka studio.
How to use the EIPP. Welcome to the Electronic Investors and Protection Portal, your guide to seamless investment processes in Uganda. Step 1. Navigate the portal. Start by searching Protection statehouseInvest.go.ug. On Google, use the menu bar for various tasks. Step 2. Submitting a complaint. To lodge a complaint, click Report. Fill out the form, submit and note your reference number. Step 3. Making an inquiry. For inquiries, select Inquiry. Complete the form, submit and record your reference number. Step 4. Whistleblowing. To report anonymously, choose Whistleblow, fill the form and submit. Step 5. Accessing FAQs. Find the answers to the common questions under the FAQs link. Step 6. Seeking information. For investment cycle guidance, hover over Resources, click Resources Center and explore. Step 7. Exploring services. Hover over Services for stakeholder offerings like business registration. Step 8. Tracking progress. To track submissions, click Report, select Track Inquiry or Complaint. Enter your reference number and check your email for updates. Need more help? Call +256 326 100 630 or email info@statehouseinvest.go.ug.
Nyati Motion Pictures brings you Tuko Pamoja, Bunyoro Kitara segment. Come and learn about the glorious Kitara Empire.
Bunyoro would have simply created an East African community that we are looking for today.
The rulers of Bunyoro are actually Luos.
When the Bachwez weekend Lana war disappeared, that we see the emergence of all these other kingdoms that were under Bunyoro Kingdom. That's Buganda, Bunyoro, Karagwe, Rwanda, Burundi, Nkore.
We are similar people. And genetically, we are even the same people.
Use that word pamoja. Premiering on 3rd February 2024 at the National Theatre from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. To get a ticket, call 0778 787 660. Tuko Pamoja? Proudly supported by UBC, the National Theatre, Ndere Center, Tam Cinemax, Makerere University, and the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Tuko Pamoja.
Na kwa kuangalia habari ya mwisho kwa siku ya leo ni kwamba wakulima wa mmea wa khat ambao pia unajulikana kama miraa wamepaza sauti na kulalamikia hatua ya serikali nchini kuidhinisha sheria kali dhidi ya kilimo hicho. Wiki iliyopita Rais Museveni aliidhinisha sheria ya madawa ya kulevya na yale yanayoathiri kisaikolojia na kuarifu kuhusu kuanzishwa kwa adhabu kali matumizi haramu ya mimea hiyo. Mmea huo wa mairungi na mihadarati mingine. Wakulima hao wanahofia kukosa pato na wameomba kidogo. Baadhi yao wametetea na kwamba miraa inatumika kutengeneza dawa mbalimbali za tiba.
We get feed from Mairunji. We get whatever we eat from Mairunji. We pay the rent from Mairunji. We have a loan. Some people got loan from the bank.
A section of Mairunji farmers in Chengera, Wakiso district, are stranded after their source of life
Okay. Na mtazamaji wa UBC TV, hadi hapo sina la kuongeza ila na kushukuru kutizama taarifa hii ya habari toka nilipoanza kusoma siku ya leo.
UBC, inspiring Uganda. This week on UBC.
I grew up rather protected and pampered by my siblings and my daddy. Yes, my dad.
Daddy's girl.
But at the same time, I was a very serious girl.
Focused.
Focused, not this spoiled girl.
Yes.
I don't think I ever gave my parents a headache.
I'm sure that you will like this. Just sit back.
At the end of the term, they asked my father to come and officiate and give trophies. And I was one of those girls, because I worked hard, that was supposed to get the trophy. But also because I was very shy, when it came to my turn, instead of coming up the stage, I went and hid. Looking for me everywhere. Very embarrassed. My father is standing there with a trophy in his hand. His own daughter is not showing up. The teachers
for you, hidden.
Me, I'm hiding. I didn't know what was in my mind, so I really took a lot of teasing from that incident from the children. But that was me growing up.
They made fun of you
everywhere. Very hard. Yes. So I had to work really hard to get rid of my shyness, which I did eventually.
A fellow sister. And that's none other than Helen Bugai.
Not everyone can do everything.
But somebody can do something.
Yes.
Oh.
Meaning you can contribute. Whatever you contribute, in whatever way makes a difference.
A new dawn on Behind the Headlines with me, Timothy Nyangweso. Every Wednesday, live in our studios in the heart of Kampala. We have conversations that have analysis, explanation, but not every truth is fact, and not every fact is truth. Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
All on your public broadcaster. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
buli munya-Uganda nayitinga amakuru marungi. UBC West erina amakuru marungi kandi agali kwesigwa. Leero za program zaayo ziri omu Lunyakitara hamwe n'Orufumbira. UBC West etekinologiya ey'omulembe ekugibaasa kuhika omu bicweka byona omu ihanga nangu n'aheeru y'eihanga. Tukwatire